Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and hello, and welcome to Athens for this 2026 edition of the UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. After Bruges, after Abu Dhabi, Copenhagen last year, and other great bike cities, we are delighted to be here in Greece, delighted to be here in Athens. Why are we all here from so many different nationalities, so many different origins, so many different families? We're here to shape the future of active mobility. Now, throughout this day, we will be welcoming prestigious guests. We'll be listening to Keynote, discussing several topics such as bike tourism, mobility strategies, the power of cycling events towards a better mobility, and global road safety. But to start with, and it is a pleasure to welcome on stage the man who is welcoming us here in Athens, hosting us here in Athens. And by the way, thank you very much for the very nice evening, yesterday evening at the City Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor himself, Haris Doukas.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Really glad and honored to welcome you to Athens for this very important UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum 2026. For the first time, this very important global gathering on active mobility is hosting in Greece, and we are of course very proud that Athens is the city bringing this conversation forward. Of course, I would like to warmly welcome the President of the Union Cyclists International, Mr. David Lapartien, and the President of the Hellenic Cycling Federation, Mr. Vasilis Diamandopoulos, and the President of the European Olympic Committees, Mr. Spiros Kapralos, as well as distinguished speakers, guests, participants, and of course friends of bicycle joining us from all around the globe. Athens is a city in transition, a city that carries a unique history, but is now focused on building a more sustainable, more inclusive, and more human-centered future. We are going to build a new culture of mobility, one that prioritizes walking, cycling, and public transportation. It's not easy, but these very important opportunities create the foundations of how a modern city should function. We are supporting this shift towards real, tangible actions. For instance, for the first time in the history of the city of Athens, imagine, for the first time in the history of Athens, we introduce a new municipal transit system. We didn't have municipal transportation. So we create a free network of 4 lines operated by 18 electric buses connecting neighborhoods without passing through the city center. You can go from each neighborhood to the city center, but you cannot go currently from neighborhood to neighborhood through public transportation in Athens, so we create municipal transportation. This is a social intervention in order to make mobility more accessible, reducing congestion, and improving everyday life, especially in areas that have been underserved. At the same time, we are investing in cycling not only as infrastructure, but as culture. We are planning a new cycling route that will connect Eleonas with the city center, linking a major urban regeneration area with the heart of Athens. In the next period, we move forward with an ambitious cycling network of 17 kilometers across the city, aiming to gradually reach every neighborhood of the city. And we are also introducing practical solutions that make cycling part of everyday life. Moreover, in our municipal parking facilities, we have created bike stations where our citizens and visitors can switch to bikes and electric bikes and explore the city in a more sustainable way. At the same time, we have also developed, almost finished, 15 stations of bicycle parking and e-bike charging, supported by Smart Cities funding that creates the conditions of a new urban mobility ecosystem. But as you all know, infrastructures are not just enough. This is why we invest in participation through weekly community bike rides across Athens neighborhoods, we are encouraging residents to discover public spaces, reconnect with their communities, and experience the city in a different way. Our approach is also reflected in the concept of 15 minutes open neighborhoods, where we present this model where residents can access essential services close to where they live, reducing the need for long commutes and strengthening the local communities. At the same time, as we also experienced yesterday, we organize major cycling events. Yesterday we heard that the Tour of Hellas, indeed very successful. In my point of view, it was the most successful till the next one. We have also the Athens Cycling Tour, which is also a massive event, bringing thousands of people into the streets and introducing cycling to wider audiences, including families and young people who may never consider the bicycle as part of their daily lives. We also place strong emphasis on communication and education. We regularly visit schools. We organize activities for students promoting road safety, sustainable mobility, environmental awareness from a very early age. Of course, we know that Athens, and we have to be realistic, Athens still has a long way to go. According to the latest data from the Google Environmental Insights Explorer, it's important to know, almost 75% of daily trips in Athens are made by car and motorcycle. And unfortunately, cycling still accounts less than 1% in Athens. So this is a critical constraint. This is why we are discussing about the change not only of infrastructures, but also of culture. And this is, of course, a clear reminder of how much work lies ahead and why change is necessary. And of course, our responsibility is to swift this balance step by step, policy by policy, neighborhood by neighborhood. And this is exactly why we are here today, to listen, to learn, to adapt, and to move forward together. Thank you for being all here, and I'm sure that we will have a very productive forum and a truly inspiring stay in Athens. Thank you very much.
Efkaristo Poli, Mr. Mayor. It's now time to welcome the President of the Union Cycliste Internationale, Monsieur David Lapartien.
Mayor of the city of Athens, dear Aris Doukas, President of the Hellenic Cycling Federation, Vassilos Diamantopoulos, dear fellow colleagues, IOC Executive Board Member and President of the European Olympic Committees, dear Spyros Krapraros, Rwandan Minister of State for Sports, National Federation representatives, UCI bike cities and regions, city leaders, UCI partners, ladies and gentlemen, and as I said yesterday, dear cycling friends. On behalf of the Union Cycliste Internationale, I would like to welcome you for this 2026 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. It's a privilege to join you in this very historic city. Thank you, dear Mayor, for the wonderful evening yesterday on the rooftop that you opened specifically for us, I think. Not specifically, but it started yesterday, the season, with us. So thank you very much. It was really a great pleasure with a wonderful view on Acropolis and everywhere. So that was very, very nice. The food and the experience was also very good. And I want to thank you also for the tie from the Greek Cyclad, you can see. So with the colors of your wonderful country and also your wonderful islands. Athens is linked to the history of sport and the Olympic Games. Of course, we know that, and nobody better than Spyros Krapraros here. And visiting yesterday the historical stadium was also an amazing moment, also for all of us, but also for me as an IOC member. It was the first time I've been to Ancient Olympia, but not to this stadium. So that was really, really great. And very nice also to see all the torch the Olympic Church, and so on. So here we can really feel the roots of the Olympic Games. Hosting our forum here is, of course, symbolic. It reminds us that sport is a powerful force to connect, for connection and progress. In the next 2 days, we will exchange ideas and experiences, and we will work together for the future of cycling, mobility, and better city living. More and more cities around the globe recognize the importance of active mobility. They understand that cycling, and more specifically a bicycle, that is a wonderful tool, can improve lives, the economy, and of course, public health. The bicycle, our tool, reduces traffic, improves air quality, and helps physical and mental well-being. People on the bike are always smiling. That's a reality. This is why our motto was ride and smile. Maybe when I see my colleague Tony Mitchell, he's not always smiling on the bike because he's pushing so hard that his face is sometimes a little bit different. It is a powerful tool for climate action, healthier communities, social inclusion, and better public spaces. The UCI has a unique role to play in this transformation, and we are working together to connect the worlds of sport mobility, education, and sustainability. Our UCI Agenda 2030 reflects this ambition. We want to make cycling the sport of the 21st century, a sport that will be more inclusive, more accessible, and part, finally, of everyday life. To help achieve this, we created the UCI Bike City label and the UCI Bike City Pathway. We want to support cities of all sizes from all continents, and this is the case today because you are coming from various continents, to join the UCI Bike City network. By sharing expertise and examples, cities can create safer, healthier, and stronger communities. And the work continues, of course, and will always continue. This forum gives us the opportunity to look ahead. How we can progress faster, how we can make our partnership stronger. And this is, in fact, what we need here. And this is why we are here also, to learn each other, to learn also from good example in other cities. I was also the mayor of my city during 3 mandates, and at the time, 22% of the investment was for bicycle paths, for bicycle infrastructure, so we were the leading city in all my region. And now, as president of the province, we are doing the same with a very solid program. And I was wondering why we are not why we are not now a UCR bike region. So maybe we will bid, but it's not always easy when you are at the head of a province to bid for something for the UCI. The conflict of interest is never far away, but I think it's here, it's not a conflict of interest, it's a common interest to develop bicycle. So I know also what are your goals as mayors, as people working in a province, in a region, and we have the same goal, that is to put people on a bike. And of course, Mr. Mayor, when you said 1%, it's now, but I'm sure you will continue to increase. We are our friend from Copenhagen here. I remember when I first visited this city, they were with a very, very high level. And we probably thought it was the maximum they can reach. But they continue to increase the proportion. If I'm correct, they will correct me. It's around 56% today of mobility that is on a bike in this in Copenhagen. And when you are driving your car, you feel sometimes uncomfortable because you know that the bikes will have the priority. And this is great, what they've done. So this is an example, and I know many cities in the world are also doing the same. But we have to start from somewhere. And it's also true that in some cities, as I said yesterday, that has been designed 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, the streets are like they are. So we have to make some choices. not always sometimes very popular when we are a mayor of a city, because today they will say, okay, why do you want to change this for 1% of the people? No, but we want to change this because we want to have tomorrow 10 or 20% to do this. But the start of the change is not easy. So, but I know you are on the right way for this, and thank you for hosting this event. So together, we will work on the solutions. This forum is hosted jointly, of course, with a tour of Hellas, which concluded in Athens yesterday, and that was a wonderful finish, so congratulations also to the organizers. This event is a perfect demonstration of how elite cycling can bring people together, inspire populations, and leave a lasting legacy for cities. Last night, we also celebrated the UCI Cities Cycling and Sustainability Awards. These projects remind us that change happens on the ground in cities, regions, and communities. Congratulations to the 4 winners. We are honored to have prestigious speakers, experts, and city leaders with us here today for the forum. They will share their expertise, challenge our thinking, and inspire action. I can only encourage you to take full advantage of being in Athens. Enjoy the city, engage in a dialogue, and help shape solutions for cities worldwide. I thank you all for your commitment to creating greener cities, safer streets, and true cycling culture. Finally, my thanks go to the host, of course, the city of Athens, to the mayor and all his team, and the Kyvernitis travel group, as well as the Hellenic Cycling Federation. Many thanks also to our partners, speakers, and to you all for your dedication and leadership. I wish you, and I wish us, finally, a stimulating and inspiring forum. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much to the President of the Union Cycliste Internationale. Time now to welcome on stage the President of the Hellenic Cycling Federation, Vasilios Diamantopoulos.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Αξιότιμε Δήμαρχε της Αθήνας, κύριε Χαριδούκα, αξιότιμε Πρόεδρε της UCI, κύριε Νταβίδ Λαπαρτιέ, κύριε Πρόεδρε των Ευρωπαϊκών Ολυμπιακών Επιτροπών, κύριε Σπύρο Καπράλο, εκλεκτοί ομιλητές, εκπρόσωποι πόλων και φορέων και της παγκόσμιας ποδηλατικής κοινότητας. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή καλωσορίζω στην Αθήνα για το UCI Mobility και Bike City Forum 2026. Για την Ελλάδα και την Ελληνική Ομοσπονδία Ποδηλασίας, η φιλοξενία αυτή της σημαντικής διεθνούς συνάντησης αποτελεί μεγάλη τιμή, αλλά και μοναδική ευκαιρία. Η ποδηλασία σήμερα δεν είναι μόνο ένα άθλημα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα ένα εργαλείο βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης, ένα μέσο καθημερινής μετακίνησης, αλλά και ένας τρόπος ζωής που προάγει την υγεία, την κοινωνική συνοχή και την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος. Η επιλογή της Αθήνας ως τόπου διεξαγωγής του φόρουμ έχει ιδιαίτερο συμβολισμό. Μια πόλη με βαθιά αθλητικές ρίζες και ιστορία που συνδέεται με τις αξίες του Ολυμπισμού φιλοξενεί σήμερα ένα διεθνή διάλογο για το μέλλον της βιώσιμης κινητικότητας. Την ίδια στιγμή η Αθήνα βρίσκεται σε μια πορεία μετασχηματισμού με στόχο να γίνει μια πόλη πιο φιλική προς τον ποδηλάτη, πιο βιώσιμη, πιο ανθρώπινη. Η Ελληνική Ομοσπονδία Ποδηλασίας πιστεύει βαθιά ότι η ανάπτυξη της ποδηλασίας απαιτεί συνεργασίες. Συνεργασία μεταξύ αθλητικών οργανισμών, τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, κυβερνήσεων, επιστημονικής κοινότητας και κοινωνίας των πολιτών. Το φόρουμ αυτό αποτελεί ακριβώς μια τέτοια πλατφόρμα, έναν χώρο ανταλλαγής γνώσης, εμπειρίας και καλών πρακτικών από όλο τον κόσμο. Ιδιαίτερα σημαντική είναι η σύνδεση της ποδηλασίας με τον τουρισμό και τα μεγάλα αθλητικά γεγονότα. Στην Ελλάδα, πρωτοβουλίες όπως η ΔΕΗ του Ρελεφεγάς δείχνουν ότι η ποδηλασία μπορεί να αποτελέσει μοχλό ανάπτυξης για τις τοπικές κοινωνίες, να αναδείξει φυσικά τοπία και να εμπνεύσει νέους ανθρώπους να ασχοληθούν με το άθλημα. Παράλληλα, η ασφάλεια στους δρόμους παραμένει μία από τις μεγαλύτερες προκλήσεις για τις πόλεις μας. Η δημιουργία ασφαλών υποδομών και η καλλιέργεια μιας κουλτούρας σεβασμού μεταξύ όλων των χρηστών του δρόμου είναι βασικές προϋποθέσεις για την ανάπτυξη της ποδηλασίας ως καθημερινή επιλογή μετακίνησης. Ως Ομοσπονδία εργαζόμαστε συστηματικά ώστε το ποδήλατο να γίνει πιο προσιτό σε όλους, στα παιδιά και τους νέους, στους ερασιτέχνες αθλητές, στους πολίτες που θέλουν να μετακινούνται με έναν πιο βιώσιμο τρόπο. Το ποδήλατο έχει τη δύναμη να μεταμορφώσει τις πόλεις μας, να τις κάνει πιο καθαρές, πιο υγιείς, πιο βιώσιμες, πιο ανθρώπινες. Κλείνοντας, θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω θερμά τη UCI, τον Δήμο Αθηναίων, τον Όμιλο Kyvernitis, τους συνεργάτες και όλους όσους εργάστηκαν για τη διοργάνωση αυτού του φόρουμ. Εύχομαι οι εργασίες να αποτελέσουν πηγή έμπνευσης και να συμβάλλουν ουσιαστικά στην προώθηση της ποδηλασίας και της βιώσιμης κινητικότητας σε όλο τον κόσμο. Σας καλωσορίζω στην Αθήνα και σας εύχομαι ένα παραγωγικό και δημιουργικό φόρουμ. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Evkaristo, to the President of the Hellenic Cycling Federation, thank you very much. Time now, and a pleasure to welcome on stage Spiros Kapralos, the President of the European Olympic Committees and IOC Executive Board Member.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Athens. My dear friend, David Lapartien, President of UCI, member also of the International Olympic Committee, and dear colleague of mine. Dear Mayor of Athens, Mr. Haris Doukas, Mr. President of the Hellenic Cycling Federation, Vasilis Diamandopoulos, Mr. Minister of Sport of Rwanda, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also, from my side, I have to welcome you in Greece and Athens. President Lapartien, thank you very much for, and your team for inviting me here and to make me speak in my home city. I was born here, grew up here, and as you said, in 2004, I had the privilege of helping to bring the Olympic Games back to their spiritual home. And still, I'm always honored to welcome individuals and organizations from across the Olympic movement to Athens to showcase the beauty of Athens and the history. Yesterday, many of you had the chance to see that beauty up close, cycling through the city and visiting the Zapion. Zapion used to be the first Olympic village and venue of the fencing event during the Olympic Games in 1896. And then you visited also Panathinaik Stadium, which was the main venue of the 1896 Games. Two monuments that connect Athens with the origins of sports. You also had the privilege of riding alongside the Tour of Hellas, experiencing firsthand what it means when elite cycling and a living city come together. There is, I think, no better way to begin a forum about the future of cycling than on a bicycle through streets steeped in that history. The UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum asks a question that sits at the heart of what the Olympic movement stands for. How can sport make our world better? Not only through our athletes and our competitions, but through our communities, our cities, our environment. The bicycle, perhaps more than any other object in the history of sport and transport, answers that question with remarkable simplicity and power at the same time. The Olympic agenda has placed sustainability and active lifestyles at the core of our work, and the bicycle is one of the most powerful tools we have to deliver on that commitment. Today's program reflects the breadth of that challenge. We'll hear from city leaders, urban planners, tourism experts, and cycling advocates about how to integrate cycling into the foundation of our cities, from infrastructure and road safety to cycling tourism and major events. The UCI Bike City label, recognizing cities that are leading the way in making cycling a reality for the residents, will also be celebrated and was celebrated last night, I understand. I am particularly pleased that this forum takes place alongside the Tour of Hellas. Elite sport and everyday mobility are too often discussed as separate worlds. They are not. The excitement generated by professional cycling opens minds and changes habits. It encourages the child who watches a race to pick up a bicycle. It encourages the city planner to look again at infrastructure priorities. And Mr. Mayor, I was very happy and particularly happy to hear that this 1% will grow very fast, also in difficult cities like Athens. That connection between elite performance and community impact is something the European Olympic Committee is proud to champion. Athens is a city with an unbroken relationship with sport stretching back millennia. It feels entirely right that it is now at the center of conversation about the future sustainable mobility. The most important work is still ahead of us, and forums like this one are part of how we do it. I wish you all a productive and inspiring forum and a good stay in Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaparos. Finally, let me now welcome on stage the managing partner of the Kyvernitis travel group, George Kyvernitis. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kalimera. Dear UCI President, Mr. David Lapatien, dear Mr. Haris Doukas, Mayor of Athens, dear President of the Hellenic Federation, Mr. Diamatopoulos, President of the Olympic Committee and executive board member of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Spiros Kapralos, thank you for being with us. Dear Minister of Sports and Athletics of Rwanda, thank you for being here. So, welcome to Athens. Καλώς ήρθατε στην όμορφη Αθήνα. It is with great pleasure and an honor to welcome you on behalf of Kyvernitis Group to the 8th edition of UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum 2026 as the organizers of this important event, which takes place in Athens for the first time, one of Europe's most historic and vibrant cities. We're very proud that we bring together all these experts and the federations across the globe, and we feel that after today's session and today's program, we have put our own little stone into the big puzzle that the city of Athens and the mayor itself is trying to put together, the famous Greek ψηφιδωτό, as we say. So we hope to be the advocates in your effort, in this effort, and to help you along the way make Athens more beautiful and clean and connect the history, the vibrant and big history of this city with the eco-friendly vibe that we're trying to give it. Athens is a city of transformation, and like many urban cities, it is reimagining the way that the citizens should think, would think, and act, move, and avoid congestion into the city. The forum is a vital role in shaping these ideas, and as a 40-year-old company, we have long believed that responsible travel and sustainable choices, above all, bring together good connections, bring together good people, ideas, and connect cultures. That is why we're committed in supporting events like this forum, events that leave a lasting impact, not only on their participants, but on the wider world and the wider privilege of this city. It is with great honor to stand alongside the UCI and the city of Athens in championing a more sustainable urban future. I'm confident that today's discussions and connections that will be made here today will inspire meaningful actions for the future. I wish you all a very productive forum. Thank you for being here, and thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you very much, Mr. Kyvernitis. Time now to start our discussions, our debates, and it's now a privilege to welcome on stage Carly Gilbert-Patrick, who is the Secretary General of the International Partnership on Sustainable Low-Carbon Transports. Carly, it's all yours, and I know it'll be entertaining, because it's always entertaining with Carly. Before I forget, you have a clicker here,
Okay.
and the floor is yours. You can walk around, make yourself at home.
Lovely, thank you so much. I'm here as the curly-haired and gender balance, obviously. See if, okay, clicker's working. So I, after 15 years, have just left the United Nations system. I handed in my blue passport 12 weeks ago. I no longer have a fast lane at the airport, sadly. And I'm now with SlowCat, but it's okay because they gave me a lovely cake. And I now get to represent this amazing partnership organization made up of over 100 individual organizations, multilateral development banks, UN agencies, national, local, regional NGOs. And what we're trying to do is take all of the individual asks and needs and experiences and take them to that global space, like the COP process and the SDG process. And we also take those global decisions and bridge them back down and work directly with governments. So I am now working fully remotely. So I decided to set myself up a lovely home office, by which I mean I asked my husband to set me up a lovely home office. And, you know, I managed to have some meetings face-to-face. I was recently just at the International Transport Summit in Leipzig. But also, I do a lot of meetings working from home. And I have told my 3 children, I think they were that small last time I was at a UCI, and now they're about that size. And I've explained to the kids, you know, Mummy's very important now. I'm a Secretary General. So if you see the door of my office is locked, there is one rule: do not knock it, do not call me, do not ask for me, unless it's an emergency, of course. But if it's not an emergency, then if you see the lock, if the door's locked, don't knock. That's the rule, right? So a few weeks ago, I actually was having a meeting with a minister, and it was a Zoom video call. And I finally had 15 minutes in his diary. And if you do a lot of Zoom meetings, you know what a Zoom video call means, right? It means this: I was Zoom video call ready. I'm 5 minutes into the conversation, and I hear bang, bang, bang. I'm like, it can't be for me. They know I'm in an important meeting, so I ignore it. 2 minutes later, bang, 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 and then this starts happening, and I just scream out, "Is it an emergency?" And I can hear my daughter. She's like, "Yes, Mama, it's an emergency." So I open the door, and this is the face that I see. It's my daughter, Zala. She's 3.5. I don't know where her twin brother, Zaki, was. And I said, okay. And I told the minister, I was like, hold on, I have an emergency. I said, what is it, Zala? What's the emergency? She said, Mama, could you get me a banana? And thanks for bearing with me this long. I promise this is going somewhere. And it made me think, this banana, this kind of obsession with the banana, made me think about the conversations that I have and lots of my colleagues and lots of people in this room are having with the decision makers, the ones holding the transport purse strings. And we all go with this real sort of clear language and business case why investing at scale, at pace, in cycling is the answer. Pretty much whatever the problem is, investing in cycling is the answer, whether it's for health, tourism, reducing congestion, bang for your buck. We know that investing in cycling, with, of course, investing in walking and access to public transport, is the obvious, straightforward thing to do. And there is so much evidence out there. This is from the Partnership for Active Travel and Health. The business cases are there. The best practice is there. Whether you look to Kigali, whether you look to Addis, whether you look to Bogota or Paris, the answers are there, the best practice is there. And we know also that 60% of all urban trips around the world are under 5 kilometers. They are perfect for walking and cycling, but half of those are still taking place in a car. So we give all this information, like me saying, do not knock on the door no matter what. And then what's the banana in transport? Let's electrify. You get all the business cases for investing in walking and cycling, and the answer still seems to be the banana. So let's electrify. And don't get me wrong, I love electric cars. I just left UNEP. We have a global electric mobility program supporting 50 countries. Of course, we need to electrify, but this is about proportionality. If, for example, in Africa, 1 billion people are walking and cycling every day, what's going into electrification versus walking and cycling investment? If in Europe, 60% of trips are less than 5 kilometers, what's being spent for that very rare transport dollar? How much of that's going to electrification? How much is it going to walking and cycling investment at scale? So that's really why I'll always be happy to accept an invitation to come to the Bike City Forum, because I think if we look at the links between tourism, sports, urban mobility, access, environment, we are still very siloed in our work, but if we could find a way to work better together, we could just unlock so much. So I don't want to talk about bananas anymore, but I would love to talk to you about stinky fish. Now, if you don't know what stinky fish is, it's a bit like the elephant in the room, but a bit more subtle. With a stinky fish, you can kind of smell it, and you kind of, something's not quite right, but we don't really talk about it. And there's a few stinky fish that I think cut across our sectors, that if we could start talking about and we could start acting on, we could really unlock more change at pace. So the first stinky fish actually requires a bit of help from you. So if you can stand up, please stand up for me. I know we've only been sat down for 20 minutes, but please stand up if you can. If you're not able to stand, you can raise your hands. So I want to ask you all about your recent purchase history. I promise I'm not selling timeshares. So I want you to think about the stuff that you've bought, not the stuff that you can eat or drink. Put it this way, if you can eat it and it won't make you sick, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about shoes, phones, electronics, bikes, cars, clothes, toys, books, anything that's stuff. And if you have not purchased any stuff in the last 3 months, you can sit down. If you've not purchased any stuff, okay? If you have not purchased any stuff in the last 2 months, you can sit down, okay? In the last month, anyone here not purchased any stuff? No, okay. What about 3 weeks? Anyone not purchased stuff in 3 weeks? Okay, okay. 2 weeks? Okay, for the rest of you consumerist lot, you can sit down as well. Thank you. And this is my first stinky fish. It's the stinky fish of more. As humans, we just really love stuff. We just keep buying stuff. Stuff keeps advertised. We buy it, and we just keep buying it. And in 2020, so this is 6 years ago now, the amount of anthropogenic mass exceeded the weight of all global living biomass. And if my science teacher, who told me I would go nowhere, listened to that now, they'd be so proud of me. So basically, by anthropogenic, I mean the total weight of human-made stuff. So back in the 1900s, it used to be 3%. The stuff that humans had made was 3% of what the natural world, the weight of the natural living things on Earth. Now we're at over 100%. We've exceeded it. And you can see the figures there. And what's really interesting is humans make up 0.01% of all global living biomass, but somehow we have managed to produce more than all the global living biomass in the world. And some experts now think that we are at the place where humans are now the biggest influencing factor on what's happening on Earth. And that's what explains, for example, climate change. It explains what's happening with extinction of whole entire species. So to put it in simple language, sometimes humans, we just suck. And I think that this is a problem not just for humans generally, but it's a problem for the sports industry, for transport, for tourism. We just swim in this culture of more. We want more speed, more events, more bikes, more kit, more infrastructure, more lanes, faster cars. And I think this is something that we could join up on, that we're not doing nearly enough. How can we, as these crossover sectors, move towards better patterns of sustainable consumption and production together? So my next stinky fish requires a number from you. And I would love to know, does anyone have the answer or can hazard a guess on what the cost of fossil fuel subsidies are globally at the moment? Any guesses? Or if you know the answer, please shout it out. Anyone want to guess? $50 a year? Any guesses? How much? 70 trillion. Okay, let's have a look. So fossil fuel subsidies, and this is a very conservative figure, total around 7 trillion per year, or 7% thereabouts of GDP. At the same time, energy use in transport is still at 95% fossil fuel. This has not changed in 50 years. But we see this huge, mass investment in electrification, but we're still reliant on fossil fuels just as much as we were 50 years ago. And we therefore have to ask ourselves some really tough questions, because if we have not changed one drop of demand on fossil fuel reliance, and we have this trillion investment in subsidies, then what are we doing? What do we need to change? And how can we, as this nexus of sports and transport and tourism and safety, can we work better together to really start making some brave decisions? I think we need to ask ourselves, what is our joint vision? What are the societal impacts that we are hoping for? Is it that we're really saying we need to up our electrification by X%, or are we saying we want even the poorest to be able to get to school safely and at an appropriate level of speed? What are the one or two cross-sectoral outcomes that we can rally behind? And then my final, there are many stinky fish, and I'd call on us all to start talking about this more, but the next one I want to talk about is how much do car companies spend on marketing, and are we doing enough to combat that? So I'm going to start with this video.
When we design our cars, we don't see sheet metal. We see the people who may one day drive them. Introducing the redesigned L, the View, and the all-new Ion. It's different in a Saturn.
So I'm sure whoever designed that car ad probably got sacked after. I watched it thinking it was going to be like, okay, let's move, look how much space we take up. It was actually a car advert. And we know that the global automotive advertising expenditure is close to 40 billion at the moment in 2025, and that's projected to increase to over almost 60 billion by 2030. So when we're working, for those of you and me working in the advocacy space, and we put out a nice LinkedIn article or a nice website blog about why it's important to walk and cycle or how good it is for your health, this is what we're up against. And again, I think it's something that across the amount of advocacy that goes into the sports industry and the transport sector and the tourism sector, like, is there a way that we can better work together so we can at least have a combined effort that's maybe a drop in the ocean against this massive automotive advertising expenditure? We are actually seeing some good practice where, for example, I know in France there's been this legislative change that car ads are now getting treated like cigarette packs, and you've got to put like a warning on it that says either, you know, walk and cycle for smaller journeys, or, you know, walking's good for your health. So I think we are, and I understand that, I think by 2028, for example, France is completely banning all advertising of the most polluting cars, the SUVs. One of the things that we, I think, don't so much have in the transport sector that the sports sector have is this really kind of quite powerful image. We have individuals, we have competition, there's race. It's, you know, races, they're sexy, right? People are winning and they're competing, and this is happening globally, and the work that UCI is doing. We don't really have that sex appeal in the transport sector. So I'd love to be able to borrow some of the sex appeal of the sports sector and say, hey, could you lend that to us, please? If we're in a city and we're having this amazing race, and all the athletes are safe and protected, but the next day a kid can't cycle to school, can the sports sector see that they have some responsibility as being a champion and having this power, and how can we do that together? So I think there are lots of things we can do, and these are just some of my ideas. SLOCAT is, we're just starting the process. We promised this back in the last climate COP30 of setting a global goal for the transport community. And basically, we want one umbrella vision that everyone working in transport or crossing over with transport, including energy and health and sports and tourism, can get behind. And we're going to need no more than 10 clear targets. And I'd like to invite the sports and tourism community to support us in this process and be part of this. There are already really good initiatives out there, again at COP30, led by Chile, now being led by Dominican Republic. There's a declaration that 11 countries have already signed, which says we are going to reduce demand of energy from the transport sector by 25% by 2030. And the only way they can do, those countries can do that, is if they invest in walking and cycling and public transport, along with the electrification plans. There's a lot of clear evidence out there that shows we cannot meet any of the global goals with electrification alone. I think if we could work better together at thinking about vision-led planning, like I said, what are those societal outcomes that we're hoping for? And if we focus on outcome-led planning, then actually it requires input from sports and tourism and transport and health and education, etc. And then let's try and build relationships with outside-the-box partners. I'll be at London Climate Week in a few weeks, and I'm going to a number of tourism and travel-related events, because mostly if you want to travel somewhere, then there's an element of sustainability there. So I think we can do much better at doing that together. And then finally, sports has power, like I mentioned. So I think it would be good to find out how we could harness that power of sports to influence. And then finally, I just want to end on, we're in Athens, so I want to talk a little bit about the Battle of Salamis, which happened in September 480 BC. I don't know how many history buffs we have, but this was a naval conflict where the Persian fleet heavily outnumbered the Greek fleet. But it was led by Themistocles from Greece, and they defeated the Persians, even with a much smaller ship base. And this happened in the narrow straits between Athens and Salamis Island. And it was a real turning point and stopped the conquest of Greece at that time. And I think the lesson of Salamis still stands, which is Greece didn't need more ships than Persia. They just were better at aligning, at strategy, at collaborating. And I think that if a small group of ships thousands of years ago can overcome all of those odds, then maybe so can we. So I invite you all to ban the single-minded banana behavior, and let's be better at talking about the stinky fish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carly. Stay on
Okay.
stage. What I did not mention earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't, is that the idea of this forum is to have questions from all of you and to exchange and to discuss, and that's why we're welcoming any questions that you might have for Carly. I actually have a first question. You mentioned stinky fish and different things. How optimistic are you? Based on your experience, based on your time at the UN, what you do now with Slogat, how optimistic are you to see an even bigger change in the years to come?
I'm very optimistic, and it's one of the reasons I left a long-term 15-year career at an organization with 2,000 people to go run a small NGO with 10 people with no physical offices, because I could see that there was so much opportunity. You know, UN Environment is very focused, obviously, on the environmental focus, and I could see so much opportunity for these sectors working together. And I think we already have really good examples. For example, I know we have Rwanda with us, where transport and sports and tourism are working together, right? We already have the example of Ethiopia, who've banned importation of internal combustion engine vehicles, the first country to do so in the world. So we have good examples, so there's a lot of optimism because we've got proven solutions. We just have to scale it.
Are there any questions or comments? We have a mic going around. Because I actually have another question.
And then there's one.
Oh, we have a question. Yeah. Oh, formidable. Tony Mitchell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Carly. The banana analogy is a very good one. It can be a distraction, as you highlighted, although the distraction appears to be part of the solution. So I very much like the slide where you had it's a partnership with all the various areas working together. But we are seeing at the moment in the political environment globally, and dare I say it, President Trump, almost with a return to fossil fuel. That poses an additional challenge to almost set back countries, cities and regions from truly being liberated, as we can see with some of the bike cities that we do have. So yes, it's a complete solution we need to work through, but I'm interested in your thoughts as to how we overcome or how we reason with the current thinking that fossil fuels are okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was just at, like I mentioned, the International Transport Forum Summit in Leipzig, which is where all the transport ministers come. And there is no conversation happening on climate change. It's all about transport resilience, right? And this is a shaping of the agenda to make it more appetizing to those countries who are having this stance that fossil fuels are okay, we don't need to phase them out, we can withdraw from environmental commitments. And I actually always say, like, some governments are around resilience, some it's climate, some it's equity. And actually, the great thing about transport is whatever reason you make the decisions to have a more holistic transport system, it helps all those other reasons. One of the things that we've started at Slocat is regional hubs, because we realize a lot that the decision making is happening at the regional level. Recently, the African Union and the UN Economic Commission for Africa just hosted the Transport and Energy technical meeting where they approved an action plan for the whole of Africa for investing in walking and cycling. And they talked about climate change and sustainable development, even if the US isn't, because more and more regions are, as they should rightly do, taking ownership over their own political agendas at the regional level. So I really see the answer as one, working at the regional level, and there's a lot of work happening there, but also being with coalitions of the willing. That declaration in Chile doesn't have the US in it, but it has 11 countries from Europe, from Latin America. We're working with some African countries and Asian countries to join. You just have to start where there's willingness, like this group. And I think it's easy to get lost in the complexity of geopolitical tensions, but actually that doesn't matter to the kid or the grandmother trying to get to the market or school in Athens. They don't care what's happening there. And there's enough decision-making power at the national level, at the regional level, that we can work with the coalitions.
One question or comment. Isn't the key changing mindsets? I take the example of the city of Paris, where I'm lucky enough to live. I remember at 15 years or 10 years ago, when the idea was to have more bike lanes, more bikes, and all the grumpy French, mais quel scandale, we're going to have traffic jams, and things, and it took time, and I'm pretty sure that it was a struggle, and it is a struggle for any mayor in the world to change those mindsets in the way of transportation, but isn't that the key, to try to educate in a better way, to make people understand that it's easier to take a bike than take a car, after all?
Yeah, I think it is 100%, but it's also very, very complex ecosystem. And that's why we don't have perfect transport systems everywhere, because it's a bit of changing mindsets, but at the same time, and I think I talked about this last time I was here, I'm the same Carly in London as I am where I live in Nairobi. But in London, I do not set foot in a car, and in Nairobi, I'm driving or being driven every single day. And that's because of what the government has offered me in Nairobi is different to what the government has offered me in London. So yes, I have a mindset that is, it's better for many, many reasons to walk or cycle than drive, but I still never cycle or walk in Nairobi. And that's not because of my mindset, it's because what's on offer as a transport system for me. So yes, we need all of the awareness raising, but also fundamentally, we need to offer convenience in our transport system so that citizens can make better choices, cleaner choices, more efficient choices. And it's hard. Where this has happened in cities, it's because of political bravery, because you kind of have to step out first and change the flow of investment, and you're going to deal with backlash. It will always happen. But one thing I do know and experience is no one chooses to visit a city because of the cars. It's because they can walk around and get a coffee and sample the local cuisine. So there are many, many reasons that that bravery pays off.
Political bravery. I like that, those two words. Do we have any other comments or questions for Carly? Yes, at the back there. You can either shout or wait for the microphone.
I hope this question isn't going to be how many Aperol spritzes I drank last night.
I know the answer to that. Thanks, Carly. That was a really engaging presentation. I'm really interested, So Emily Cherry, Chief Executive of the Bikeability Trust. So it's the world's largest road safety education program, owned and funded by government, which is fantastic. I was really interested in your views around e-bikes as a form of low-carbon transport. It's a fantastic tool for movement. It's a fantastic tool for engaging those who can't see themselves going onto a cycle for mobility. We have significant issues with there being no product safety standards on e-bikes that are being sold by global online marketplaces, and the risk of taking a product into your home that can then go on fire because of no safety standards. Is that going to be part of kind of the call for SLOCAT to push for better regulation of what's sold to the public?
Yeah, 100%. So, of course, e-bikes are amazing, and I've always said we need to make our transport system as efficient as possible, walking, cycling, public transport, and whatever still needs power, we should electrify and clean up. And it completely makes sense that we invest in electric bikes. And I agree with you that regulation is paramount. And actually, with my UNEP hat on, we had a number of projects helping countries with their national regulations. And I think that's a really good example of where government do need to get a bit ahead of the private sector and work really closely with private sector when it comes to citizen safety. And it's something that we've been thinking about under the banner of this global goal, is like, where does regulation sort of fit in?
And we are almost on time. The good news is that we will have lunch, we'll have coffee breaks, and you will have the opportunity to have a chat with Carly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Carly Gilbert, Patrick of Slowcat. Right, time now for our first round table discussion. Strengthening cycling tourism, emerging trends and successful approaches. Cycling tourism is one of the fastest growing segments of sustainable transport, with a global market expected to more than double by 2033. This growth is driven by demand for low-carbon, active and locally rooted experiences, and supported by policy momentum such as the upcoming European Sustainable Tourism Strategy. In this session, panelists from Greece and across Europe will explore how cities and regions can capitalize on emerging trends, investing in quality infrastructure, integrating cycling into wider tourism strategies, and positioning cycling tourism as a strategic pillar for a sustainable destination development. It's a pleasure to now welcome on stage Lauriane Kried, the CEO of the European Cyclists Federation. Lauriane, welcome. If you can take a seat here. Pinar Pinzuti, creator and director of Fiera del Cicloturismo. Spiros Papageorgiou, founder and director of Cities for Cycling NGO, and George Nanos, co-owner and head project manager of Outline. Thank you, first of all, for being with us on stage. To start with, and very briefly, could I ask you to introduce yourselves and your functions?
Should I start? Yeah. Hi, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Lauriane Kried. I'm the CEO of the European Cyclists Federation. We do a lot of interest representation, a lot of cycling tourism as well, and quite a bit more.
Pinar?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pinar Pinzuti from Bikeonomist. It's a Milan-based media company. I like to define myself as cycling brainwasher because this is what my company does from the morning until the evening. We try to create information to convince people to use the bike and do their holidays on bike. And we do this with two things. One is an online magazine. This is the most read magazine in the Italian language on cycling. And the second thing is we organize an amazing event, but we're going to talk about it later.
Thank you very much. Spiros Papageorgiou.
Good morning. My name is Spiros, and I work in cycling for the last 26 years, I think. I have two hats. One is the M-Bike, used to be the first monthly cycling magazine in Greece, and nowadays is a cycling media platform. And we also organize events like Athens Bike Festival for more than 12 years now. Athens Bike Festival is the biggest urban cycling event in Greece with more than 15,000 visitors. And since 2013, I co-founded an organization which is called Cities for Cycling. And we are trying to promote urban cycling and cycling tourism in Greece.
George Nanos.
Hello, I'm George Nanos. I am the co-owner of a company here in Greece, Outline. And we actually operate and organizing mountain bike holidays in Greece on one hand, and on the other hand, we are also having a construction company which develops mountain bike infrastructures.
Perfect. Before we start discussing, I'd like to ask you all a very short answer. If you could give us your favorite destination to visit by bike, and you're not allowed to mention a destination in your own country, because that would be cheating. Your favorite, that's a tricky one.
You're totally tricking us, right? I mean, Pinar and I at least. Okay. I had 2 destinations in my home country, which is France. So I would say probably then Italy. Then I'll turn to Italy with the beautiful landscape, the beautiful food, and the well-developed path.
Pinar?
Okay, I was very well prepared for this question, actually, and it's my background is my own neighborhood in Italy. So any off-road place in the parks, in the mountains, I'm living very close to the Alps and the lakes. Since I cannot tell this one, I would say Flanders, because they have a really great network of cycle routes.
But you still mentioned Italy. George. Spiros.
I would say Italy as well. I have cycled there many times, and every time is more amazing than the previous one in different regions of Italy, and I will cycle there again this year as well.
And George, outside of Greece?
I think I should say Massa Marittima in Tuscany. Mainly because I believe that Massa Marittima could be, Greece could be like Massa Marittima in a way.
And it's not for the food, and it's not for the wine, not at all. Lauriane Creed, earlier this year, ECF published its 5 cycling tourism trends for 2026. Which of these trends do you see having the greatest impact on destinations in short or medium term, and why?
Well, thank you very much. And indeed, we covered this. We are the owners of the Eurovelo kind of trademark. The trademark kind of covers about 90,000 kilometers of cycling path in Europe, about 1/3 of which is developed. So I think, not very surprisingly for us, the infrastructure is key. The right infrastructure, the right signage, the right services. What we see as trends that are actually impacting tourists is obviously, I'm going to start with the most obvious and probably kind of one that is said all the time, AI. The fact is that you can now plan your routes in a much better way with AI tools, so that changes a bit the way businesses should set up in order to kind of be referenced on these sites. Obviously, it's a learning curve. It's just kind of crunching the difficulty and the challenges of finding the right routes, the right accommodations. That's making it a bit more easy. What we see is that a lot of people that were originally planning a holiday may be kind of impacted by, okay, where do I park my bike safely? Does this accommodation cater for my bikes, and so on and so forth? So that's one of them, making it easier. Obviously, in a bit as was mentioned, there are a lot of people that want to travel also kind of sustainably to destinations. So the fact that you're able or not to take your bike on a train is very important. So that's something on which we work. We have that report published last year, which was Cyclists Love Trains. And I tend to usually say trains don't always love cyclists quite as much. So we're working to make it a possibility to do that. Of course, we want as many around that, the experience to be a bit more personal. So I wanted to actually reflect what my needs are. Maybe I want to do gravel bike. Maybe now with the launch of more e-bikes, I want a family holiday, or I have something more accessible. So you have a wide diversity. What we see is a huge potential for these to put the tourism flow outside of the large city centers, which has become a big issue in many European cities as it comes. So we want to have the right product designs. We want to make sure that the companies that offer cycling tourism experiences have the right tools. And from the side of reaching broader to our community, I mean, I'm not going to do that, although I was very tempted to know who does cycling holidays in this crowd, who does cycle on a daily basis in a city. But here we also want to reach people a bit beyond that. We had a large survey in Germany showing that about 1 in 2 Germans do cycle during their holidays. It's not necessarily cycling to destination, it's not necessarily traveling with your bike, but it is, even when you're at destination by whatever mean, it is a significant and very healthy and enjoyable way to run errands, discover a country, and so on and so forth.
Or just spend a day on a bike.
Absolutely. So we want more of that. We want more people to be able to do that. And just to maybe circle a bit back to Italy, what we see is a huge potential of cycling tourism. We do see that cycling tourists spend more money on average at destination than the usual tourist, and we are looking into consolidating data from different countries. What we do know is that tourism is 10% of EU budget, tourism altogether is 10% of EU budget. And in a country like Italy, and that's where I'm looping back to Italy, 10% of the tourism resources come from cycling tourism. So there's huge potential there.
Cycling tourists spend more money than
on average,
normal tourists. Really?
On average, yeah.
That's really interesting. That's very interesting.
Especially in the rural regions. So when there is no infrastructure, they spend more money. So in southern part of Italy, where there are no cycle paths, like the northern part of Italy, tourists rely so much on the local experience and local guides and local infrastructure service providers. That's why they want to have a perfect experience. That's why they pay more to have more access to the best things of that region.
Formidable. Thank you, Lorena. Pinar, we're going to talk about the 5th edition of the cycle tourism show Fiera del Cicloturismo that was hosted a few weeks ago in March in Padua. Could you share some key figures and highlights from the events, the attendance, the international participation, or the main themes that stood out this year?
Yeah, maybe we can put on the video without audio while I'm trying to give you the figures, because figures are always boring, but maybe if you see the images. So before the pandemic, we decided to bring together the destinations, tour operators and service providers like cycling guides and bicycle rental companies to connect with the people who are curious to do their holidays on bicycle. As the editors, publishers of a magazine, we were seeing this trend from people asking always more questions, more practical questions. And they see, of course, the sport events like Tour of Hellas or the Giro d'Italia, Tour of France, and they were like, okay, but how do I start? And these information are not always very accessible. Or they see their colleagues or their neighbors coming back from their holidays also happy, and they are maybe too shy to ask, hey, actually, I want to do this experience as well. So that was the idea behind the Fiera del Cicloturismo cycle tourism show, to create a space where people can really ask questions without being shy and see destinations which are for everyone. So they don't need to be expert cyclists. It might be their first experience. And as we know, if the first experience is positive, then they would like to repeat it. We would like to repeat it. So there comes in the tour operators, people who design packages, who design tours, that they just really try to guarantee that 7 days, 5 days are perfect on bicycles. And those people, after their first experience, they would of course know where to look for information and organize their trips, but the first one is really important. What happened in these years is we started with 30 exhibitors. A month ago, in the very last edition, we had 268 exhibitors. It's a boom. We never expected such a huge event. 27,000 visitors coming to ask for where am I going to go for my next holidays. And other than the numbers, we see how people are expanding their knowledge and their experiences with the community, and also how the destinations are putting themselves in challenge with the other destinations. So every year they want to bring more cycle routes, more new proposals. And the other thing interesting, I think, from the show, what we learn is from the visitors and from the 20+ countries participating to the show, that we are not only interested in long-distance cycling. It's not anymore that I'm starting in Rome and cycling to Sicily. It is people are interested in doing 2-day trips, weekend trips, shorter experiences integrated in their tourism destination, already decided to go there. Greece is perfect for it. When I was thinking this morning,
I've been cycling in Kos Island. I've been cycling in Rhodes Island. I was traveling there only for a weekend, for example. I know it's very bad. I'm taking a flight, but there are direct flights from Milan. And once I'm there, I do my weekend, but on bicycle. The most important thing is, once I'm there, are there any services for me? Are there any bikes for me?
And the people who come to the show come, organize themselves to come because they want to choose a destination, or it's who are the people who come? I'm talking about the visitors, huh?
Yeah, the visitors. I mean, this is, I have very great news from Italy, actually. I mean, other than it is the most desired destination for cycling holidays, proved by different surveys recently, and also for
on this panel, yes.
Also from the panelists. The 50% of the cycle tourists in Italy are female. We have a gender balance here, guys. I mean, and you know what? Women decide where the family do the holiday. So it's the women decide, actually. That's why also the visitors of the cyclotourism show is almost 50%. They're women bringing their families, children to decide where to go. The age is between 22 to 62, I would say. They are 25% has never done a cycling holiday, so they're there especially to learn how to do this and how to have more information. And 25%, they already do holidays and they're looking for their next adventure. And together with the exhibitors, what we create is on different stage, people tell about their experiences. So a mother, together with her daughter, has done some cycling holidays in Denmark. So she explains how she has done that. Or a 75 years old man who has done a bikepacking trip explains, because we just want to put every different type of cyclist on the stage, because peer-to-peer learning is so important. My experience can be understood by a person from my age and my style. For example, I'm a silver cyclist. I talk to silver cyclists, and Spiros will talk to another type of cyclist. So there is not one...
Spiros is not a silver cyclist. Sorry.
No. So every...
Sorry, but I am.
So every cyclist has also a different type of holiday expectation. A lot of people do not want to do 100K a day. They just want to do 30 and drink wine and ride.
Of course, of course. Spiros, I'm going to turn to you through your work with Cities for Cycling and your involvement in the Eurovelo network. You've played a key role in positioning Greece as a cycling-friendly destination. Could you share examples of initiatives that have delivered clear economic or reputational benefits for local communities, regions, destinations in Greece? And are there any key lessons you've taken from projects that proved more challenging or didn't deliver the expected results?
First of all, I would like to verify what Pinar said, because we were exhibitors at the fair this year. Our cycling event was there as an exhibitor, and we were very excited from the organization and from the impact we had. So we enjoyed that very much, and it was a very successful show, I must say. Now, concerning what we are doing in Greece and lessons we have learned so far, we have started promoting cycling tourism by trying to create the first national Eurovelo coordination center in Greece. This wasn't an easy task, but it was quite successful, because we have managed to gather together 3 ministries and the Central Union of Greek Municipalities. So now the National Eurovelo Coordination Center in Greece has the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Environment, and all the municipalities together with our organization. This helped a lot to promote the idea of Eurovelo in regions and municipalities. local politicians started asking questions, trying to find solutions. They saw the potential behind that. Of course, it's a long process. It doesn't change that easily, but it's working. On the other hand, we started working directly with some destinations, and our idea behind that was to create something which we call technical report, practical information, something like a manual how to do it for destinations which are willing to invest in cycling tourism. We have worked with the island of Kos, with the island of Tilos, Katon Evrokopi, and now we are working with the region of central Greece and specifically Evrytania. What we are doing is that we have a team of people consisting of cycling experts, of course, urban planners, architects, cartographers, and graphic designer, and we are providing a practical guide of how to do it. So we are concentrating more on simple advices, how for them to create a pilot model where they can build on. Those collaborations are still ongoing. It's not something that changes overnight, of course, but the fact that they are still interested in that, you know, it says something. Now, about the lessons we have learned, the most important is that tourism in Greece is a very successful industry. And this success, it's the biggest obstacle to change. Okay. Because when something is working so good and it's so profitable, people are not willing to change it. They are not willing to take risk on something they don't know about. And I mean, it's very difficult to convince destinations to start thinking like 10 years ahead. I mean, when the client is here and the sun is shining, I mean, it's all they want.
That's interesting. Tourism versus tourism. George Nanos, you are the founder of Outline. You work at the intersection between cycling tourism and cycling infrastructure. Could you tell us more about how those two areas reinforce each other in your work, and why infrastructure development is so critical to creating high-quality cycling tourism experiences?
There is no such thing as cycling tourism without infrastructures. I mean, we have to consider, for instance, in my field, mountain bike tourism, we have to think of an equation, actually. Mountain bike tourism in a destination actually equals three things: trails, services, and identity. So, trails and identity, actually, they are not producing money. Services are. Services like accommodation, like restaurants, like shuttles, transfers, bike-related services, yeah, whatever. So why trails are important? Well, they are important because if we think of the equation, we can say that services are a sum parenthesis where all the incomes are for tourism sector. And trails actually are the multiplier of this sum. The better trails we have, the most big trail networks we have, the better for the sum parenthesis of services. And on the other hand, identity of a destination actually comes from, let's say, the local bike community. And the local bike community of each destination actually produces the marketing content of the destination. The bigger bike community we have in a destination, the more, you know, bike shops, the more...
cafes.
Cafes, social media posts, things like word-to-mouth publicity and so on. So identity is also very important. And how do we increase identity? Actually with infrastructures. We are building, you know, mountain bike trails and pump tracks and skills parks and all that stuff. that makes a local bike community bigger. And not only that, by increasing the local bike community of a destination, we are also, building next generation bikers, the youngsters. We are producing more healthy and more confident children who actually we educate them when they grow up to use bikes also for commute reasons. So we could easily say that this equation, it's about producing incomes for the tourism sector, obviously, and the multiplier element is actually the infrastructures in both cases, in direct infrastructures like the mountain bike trails or the trail networks, the path lanes, and by a non-direct way, by increasing the identity, the local bike community of a destination.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. Lauriane, we're going to talk about sports now, and how can the reputation and visibility of sport help strengthen the cycling tourism industry? What does it take to better connect the worlds of sports and tourism in practice?
That's a very good question. I mean, we work quite a lot on advocacy. So at EU level, we do quite a lot. There's an upcoming EU sustainable tourism strategy. I think the connections are in between the different sectors as well. Cycling is a big key, but we also work with a lot of different partners in the active tourism coalition. So there can be quite a lot done to kind of not think into silo and kind of bring more physical activity into our travels. So that's one of the things that we're really aiming at doing with the publication planned before the summer. When it comes on the two worlds, I mean, that was mentioned by Carly a bit earlier today. Of course, the kind of image of the sports is a good one. I do see a challenge, however, in ECF. We don't want necessarily to emulate the big sports people. We want more people like me to kind of travel by bike to there.
So you don't want a Peter Sagan
to go to work in the morning with me on the cycling lane in Brussels? Not necessarily. I mean, he may as well do.
Yeah, no, but for instance, to promote a cycling tourism, a cycle tourism destination?
Yeah, that could be a good option, but it's more also to appeal to everyone. And I think I would bounce back to what Pinar was saying. It needs to be kind of accessible. I need to think that this is kind of replicable and that I can relate to that person. So it might be a very good push for the younger generations that can be inspired. But I do think if we want to make it a societal goal, we want to appeal to very different people. And I think our kind of right now, we're looking into doing the more targeted as possible, so maybe more for families, maybe more for kind of couples or single travelers. We want to make it approachable for them. So I do think there's an element of sexiness that was mentioned by Carly earlier today. There's also an element of, do I see myself? And if we want to expand and make it kind of slower, more into the rural areas, then we need to appeal to a wide variety of people. So yes, it can help, but no single magical bullet.
Yeah. I understand. Thank you, Lauriane. Pinar, you were closely involved in developing the Cycle Tourism Index 2026. Could you tell us more about the purpose of this report and some of its key findings?
Do we have the slide?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we can put it on. Okay, what is this? Every year, we present for the Italian market the economical impact of cyclotourism that is done by the National Statistics Institute and Legambiente, and the Chamber of Commerce brings numbers, and they say, okay, there has been so many people sleeping X number of nights in Italy, moving by bicycle, and they have spent this much money, and this is the economical impact. That was what Lauriane was mentioning about the 10% of the whole tourism economical impact in Italy is now almost from cycling holidays, cycle tourism.
Then we present numbers on what do cyclists want. So they want to sleep in bed and breakfast, they want to sleep in luxury hotels, they want to eat this, they want to do this, but there was one thing missing, an international European benchmark on where people really go for cycling. How can we know this? Of course, Google knows this, but Google would never give me that data. So I went to next best, Komoot. And so Keynote app has over 50 million users in Europe. And we asked them, would you share your data with us that we can start building a benchmark on it? And it's not national-based, but region-based. We selected 14 countries together where we had a solid data because, of course, if in that country there is really so little cyclist or cycle tourism, then we wouldn't put it there. So Greece is not in this year's index. And then we started to look at the numbers. This report is just to bring a tool, give a tool to the destinations to learn something and say, okay, what is the touristical attractiveness of my destination throughout the year? So it's not only summer, not only spring, but all year round if there is a flow of tourists. This data is a reflection of not the local cyclists. So it is not that the Croatia is having the most cyclists. Croatia is having the most people coming from another country to Croatia. So international tourism. What we have done is giving a tool, trying to give a tool. So what happened? We do not see that solid suspects actually here. So it's not France, it's not Italy. It is, we have some regions that we have never maybe heard of their names. It is, Croatia has done something in the last 10 years. In 2016, they have published a national strategy on cycling and cycle tourism. They did not only publish a document, but they put also money on it. It was 166,000 million euros on to promote daily cycling and cycling infrastructure. Everything they have done is following that guideline. And that guide helped this country to build something on all of the regions. And of course, they have Eurovelo 8. They have a very strong European network route from the European network of cycle routes. What I wanted to mention is, so next years we want to build something on this index that is also specific to the very well-known routes, like for example Eurovelo 5, Eurovelo 7 in France or in Italy, and also include more countries. This was an inspiration actually from the Copenhagenize Index. I know that there's a colleague here talking this afternoon. The index helped a lot of cities to position, understand how they are performing actually. So it is not an award, it is a list. And every region can change its position in the next years and say, hi, we're doing good, we're not doing good.
Thank you, Pinar. Indeed, we will have a representative from Copenhagenize this afternoon or later this morning. Spiros, you were mentioning the Eurovelo routes. Spiros, Greece now has 3 signposted Eurovelo routes in different parts of the country. Could you briefly introduce these routes and explain why they matter for cycling tourism in Greece?
Yes, Greece has 3 Eurovelo routes. Eurovelo 8, which is the Mediterranean route and runs along the southern coastline. The Eurovelo 11, which starts from the northern part and finishes in Athens. And the Eurovelo 13, which is the Iron Curtain Trail. What is important for Greece by having 3 Eurovelo routes is that Eurovelo is definitely the strongest brand in cycling tourism in Europe. And this alone makes people thinking in a more seriously way. I mean, they feel privileged about having 3 Eurovelo routes passing through their territory. So they are more willing to invest because of that. Again, these routes are not signposted. yet, and not fully signposted,
Yeah.
but we have already finished with the study and everything is ready for implementation. The reason why it's not implemented yet is a huge philosophical discussion which we can do during coffee break. But at least, I mean, the visitors can download the GPX files, the exact GPX files, and follows them. And this allows them to cycle through routes which are totally cycled by our team and by the team of National Eurovelo Coordination Center.
Yeah. We're going to go off-route now with George and talk about mountain biking. That is gaining more and more visibility as part of Greece's outdoor tourism offer. From your perspective, how important is the mountain bike tourism industry for Greece's wider tourism industry today? And what would be needed in the future? You mentioned trails, but yeah, in terms of trails, skills, investment, partnership, for this segment to grow even further.
Well, you know, there is a discussion lately in Greece about the season expand, about the seasonality and how can we expand it, because actually 70% of the tourism incomes in Greece are coming from June to September, in only 4 months. Yeah. So the interesting thing is that we cannot cycling during those months because it's too hot. You know, it's Greece, especially July and August. I mean, we're operating mountain bike holidays, we stop during July and August. We are not cycling. Also, on the other hand, we can cycle in Greece all the other months, all year around, because we have perfect cycling-wise weather conditions in Greece, annually, I mean. Also, another fact, the tourism revenue is coming in Greece. I mean, the 85% of it is coming actually at this region, Attica region, and at the island regions. All the other country actually is a mountaineering country. So potentially it could be, you know, something like a mountain biking paradise. And we have to keep in mind that bikers contribute especially at the mountaineering and populating areas like, you know, small villages and so on. Places that in Greece, they do not have already tourism. Not at least like the other regions, like Attica regions and so on. Also, you know, mountain bikers, we are sustainable people. We like sustainability because protecting nature is a primary motive for us. So, yeah, there is an opportunity, obviously, but on the other hand, we have to go back again to the infrastructures and take a look at what's going on. I mean, if we take an example like, you know, Scotland. Scotland is one of the probably 3 more popular countries for mountain biking holidays. So in Scotland, I think they generate for the state something like 200 million euros annually, only from mountain biking. And I think they have something like 4,000 jobs only for mountain biking again. But in Scotland, they have 50 bike parks and trail centers. In Greece, there is none. And also, they have more than 1,000 kilometers of purpose-built mountain bike trails. In Greece, there is none, absolutely none. It's 0. So, yeah, I think there is potential in Greece. I think we have elements that are critical for mountain bikers, except the infrastructures like, you know, food, like hospitality and so on, beautiful places. But I think that everybody, and by everybody I mean all the institutions, all the organizations, the authorities and so on, I think they should make a proper professional planning, a long-term plan, everybody to be aligned on this plan, and takes really serious the thing about mountain biking infrastructures.
That's interesting. And you mentioned Scotland, and And like in Greece, the weather in Scotland is always beautiful. I don't know if our Scottish friends are here. I'm going to have to be... Ah, there you go. Voila. It never rains in Scotland. So certainly the people who go to Scotland to do mountain biking go for good reasons. Maybe not the weather, but voila. Lauriane, let me turn back to you to talk about the EU's first sustainable tourism strategy that will come out in spring of 2026. Or that came out, that will come out. How has ECF contributed to the process? And how could this strategy help embed cycling tourism more structurally with European tourism policies?
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, it's an EU piece of legislation. It was originally planned for the 6th of June and is now planned before the summer, whatever that means in Brussels, which is quite similar to Scottish weather. So yes, it's a Greek commissioner, so I assume no big surprise there. Tourism is very important for Greece. Tourism is an associated competence in the EU, so it's not the strongest competence, not like competition, for example. But there is a strong willingness to get there and to get into something consolidated. We've been, as mentioned briefly, putting together this coalition for active tourism with the hiking associations, the culture routes, and so on, thinking that basically it's not a silo. If mountain biking or cycling is important, then we might want to join forces with any sort of active tourism, which is something that we will push for. It's a lot of stakeholders, a lot of rather powerful stakeholders as well. You're looking at airlines, you're looking at business travel and other kind of very powerful actors in the sector. So we've been in dialogue with Commissioner Tzitzikostas. Obviously, we've been pushing to have a recognition for the importance of cycling tourism. One of the challenges we faced is the lack of harmonized data at EU level. We do have here bits and pieces about national data, about what it plays in Italy, what sort of money we get also in France. It's quite hard to consolidate that data, so we're going to come up with a proposal in September showing or consolidating at least a few EU countries on the backbones of the same figures as well. And then we're pushing for having, of course, the inclusion of cycling tourism, which in turn will mean more money for infrastructure, so what we're talking about, and better statistics at European level. So it's essentially a first step into getting more on cycling tourism, getting the visibility. And maybe I finish with that because that was also very impressive to the commissioner. Eurovelo was developed after the US networks for cycling, but it's actually the best in the world now with 90,000 kilometers. So we have jewels, we do want to kind of push, and the work that has been done in infrastructure means we have something we can build on, and I really think that we should focus on strengthening that part.
Thank you, Lauriane. Pinar, we mentioned infrastructure, but does cycling tourism really depend on having perfect infrastructure, or can successful destinations emerge in other ways, wilder ways?
Yes. You said something a couple of minutes ago. You said cyclotourism is not possible without infrastructure. I agree on mountain biking. You need trails to do trails. And you build trails. I mean, mountain bikers are really super sympathetic guys. They are the only ones who build their own infrastructure. So compliments on your community, because urban cyclists, we just cycle. We cannot build our own infrastructure. I mean, we always have to rely on our government, municipality, and mayor.
Maybe we have to start doing that, you know, for a change.
So cyclotourism, I will bring some destinations who has done it, because Eurovelo network is very, very important, because it is not only for cyclotourism, the proper infrastructure serves also for daily cycling. And the recent data that we have seen from 2025 is the routes, those are built between the cities. They are, during the weekdays, they are used by the commuters. This is a great data. It is not, when we put some cycle paths, it's not that, oh my God, maybe a German tourist would come by one day and use this. It is actually me, my neighbor, using that infrastructure, if it is designed well. If it passes from the residential areas and connected to the, of course, the trains and public transportation. So there's a lot of planning there. I was
looking this morning at news from Mallorca. You know, Mallorca is one of the most desired destinations for cyclists during the winter months. They make a lot of money, actually, from cycling holidays. And this morning, the Bus Drivers Association went to the government and said, there are too many cyclists on the road. They are making us go by delay to the destination. What do we do with this? Mallorca doesn't have, actually, cycle paths. And Mallorca has cycle tourism. Canary Islands, Tenerife, Gran Canaria, they do not have cycle paths, and they have cycling holidays, cycle tourism. Actually, the 10% of Gran Canaria's tourists are cycling, so the numbers are huge. The southern part of Italy, southern part of Spain, people build routes now because they cannot wait the whole time that the government decides to allocate some money to build cycle paths. So what we do at the moment, or what a lot of people are doing to promote their remote areas, is connecting small villages, connecting small cities with these secondary roads. Because they are less used, they already exist, the gravel roads, strade bianche, they just put the existing infrastructure in a network and maybe do some minor interventions to make some specific points more in security, and then give it a name. Because if you don't give a name to something, it's impossible to market it, and we know it. Give it a nice name, put on a website, and try to promote it. It's the first ones coming are the adventure cyclists. They are used to it. If there's no hotel, or if there's not any water supply, they will try it, and maybe they're going to be your first ambassadors of that territory. Once the local politicians see that people are coming from all around the world to cycle in your territory, they say, maybe we should put on a signpost. There starts the thing from the city center. Yeah, Sicily Divide, we have a perfect example. Sicily Divide is a 300 kilometers route inside the inlands of Sicily. It is not a cycle path, but it has been selected as one of the best destinations by New York Times. And I assure you, there's no signposting, not yet, but they're going to put it. Maybe one day there will be also a proper cycling infrastructure, because they have seen it. There are more than 25,000 people cycling that route. Okay, maybe we should put some money on it.
Thank you, Pinar. Very quickly, because we are running out of time, we mentioned road, we mentioned mountain bike. Let's mention gravel, Spiros, because you recently organized a gravel event in rural Greece, the second Megalopolis Gravel Classic. Can you talk to us about it and what lessons have come out from that experience, very rapidly?
Okay, we believe in the power of cycling as a means to discover a destination. And based on that, together with a very good friend, which I will mention because you might know him, is Vasilis Anastopoulos, which is at the moment the head of performance for Astana team, and previously with Soudal Quick Step. We decided to combine who we are. He's super pro-oriented, and I am an urban tourist cyclist. So we decided to create an umbrella, which we call the Greek Gravel Experience, which consists of 3 gravel events, which are organized like a race, but actually they are not a race at all. I mean, we don't even name the first 1 or 2 or 3 guys who are finishing. So this event started in Megalopolis last year, the first one. In the first year we had 70 participants, and this year we had 210. Among them, the Olympic champion, Paolo Bettini, who organizes a similar event in Tuscany, as you know. So Paolo came to Megalopolis. He cycled with 200 thrilled cyclists. He discovered the beauty of the Arcadia. And the outcome of that was that he said immediately that, okay, the route is great, the environment is great, let's organize something, because I have a friend who organizes cycling tours from Italy, etc., and we are already planning to bring cyclists from Italy to cycle in Arcadia. So, I mean, this is how gravel can help people. And concerning the infrastructure, I will agree with Pinar, because for cycling tourism, it's not always about infrastructures. There are people who are fed up with infrastructure. They want to feel that they are discovering something new. They don't want to feel like they are in a, you know, exactly. They want to feel like they are discovering something. Of course, they want safety, and gravel roads, dirt roads provides that. So since we don't have enough infrastructure, we thought to start doing with building on what we have at the moment. And it was quite successful, I must say.
Thank you very much, Spiros. One last word with George. You ride your bike when you organize tourism holidays or tours. Do you have some experiences that you want to share?
Are we having the video? Yeah.
Fantastic. Let's watch the video.
So yeah, as long as the video is playing, I won't tell you a particular story, but I will come back again regarding the conversation we had before. Trails and infrastructures in general are the most important thing. Is it the only one you asked before? No, it's not. Because if it was, it's always, you know, it's always a challenge for us if we can answer to the needs of our customers who are coming from Canada, from the States, from Scotland, from all the big countries regarding mountain biking. And we do that, and the answer is the video. Yeah, you know, it's, at the end of the day, it's Greece. Yeah.
And I think that says it all. That footage, those images, say it all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Lorian Creed. Thank you, Pinar Pinzuti, Spiros Papa, Georgiou, and George Nanos for being with us for this first topic. Thank you very much. We are going to take a very short coffee break, and we will be back in 10, 15? No coffee break? 30 minutes. too. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and didn't have too many coffees. We don't want you overexcited or too overexcited for the second part of 4 of this UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. And like the previous years, the previous editions, it's now time to announce and give out the UCI Bike City Label Award, and it's a pleasure to welcome back on stage the president of the Union Cycliste Internationale, David Lapartien.
Thank you very much. And after this very interesting first part of the morning, now we will move, of course, to a very specific moment. And as you may remember, the UCI relaunched the UCI Bike City label in 2016. It was an old label that we completely reshaped. And this label rewards cities and regions that host, of course, UCI events, but also invest in cycling for all. They have outstanding strategies to create legacies from major cycling events. So far, today, 31 cities and regions in 16 countries in the world have received the UCI Bike City and UCI Bike Region label. They are making a very positive impact on communities around the world. And today, that impact goes further as we award Kigali, Rwanda, the UCI Bike City label. Africa officially becomes part of our global family of UCI bike cities. The network now spans all 5 continents, and that's great. We announced this award in January, and I'm delighted to present the trophy today. But before going further, let's take a look at our new UCI Bike City. Kigali, of course, made history by hosting the UCI Road World Championship in 2025. It was the first edition ever held on the African continent. That was great. It will remain in our memory. Of course, with more than 1 million people on the last Sunday only, more than 2.5 million people during the full week. And that was really amazing, with 39 African nations, more than European nations, taking part in these World Championships. The atmosphere was so great. All the athletes were so happy to be in Rwanda, and this World Championship will for sure be one of the pinnacle of the UCI over the last years. And the level you've reached will be difficult for the next one to be at the same level. So congratulations to you, Mr. Minister and President of the National Federation. That was a dream, to be honest, for all of us. And when I was running for presidency at the time, in 2017, I promised that we will go to Africa for our UCI World Championship. When I was elected, I said, look, that was probably like all the politicians, promised to be elected. No, I would say it's a promise to be delivered. And we've done this together. Of course, thank you to your president, to everybody involved in this, and you brought also a specific spirit into this. But of course, it was not only about competition, because Kigali has clearly a sustainable urban mobility strategy. This strategy focuses on achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, ensuring also walking and cycling are safe, and it's more and more in this city, with a long-term vision, combining also public transport and cycling, and promoting bike sharing and electric bicycles, because as you remember, it's not completely flat in Kigali. And sometimes electric bikes can help a little bit to climb the climbs. It's also organizing community events and car-free days. We know that I think one Sunday every 2 weeks or per month at least, Kigali is completely closed or open only for bikes and pedestrian. And that was an initiative from your president, and we clearly welcome this initiative, like it was yesterday here during the tour of Hellas. But for you, it was just not for the World Championship. It's every month or every 2 weeks that you have this, and to put more people on the bike just to exercise, and that's great in a safe environment. Over the next decade, Kigali plans to create around 200 kilometers of cycling paths and more than 60 kilometers of green corridors linked to wetland restoration. We witness the city's commitment to inclusion at the UCI World Championship when they organized a ride for fun, social ride. It was very early in the morning, but a lot of us, including my colleague Tony Mitchell, they took part in this ride. That was really a nice one. And at the time, it was more than 700 people took part in this community activity. But we know it's getting more and more, and more specifically after the UCI World Championship. So, congratulations to Kigali. Congratulations to Rwanda. We know that the mayor of Kigali, unfortunately, is not able to be with us today, but we are very lucky to have the Minister for State of Sports and also the president of the Cycling Federation. Once again, in our name, congratulations. And I have to give you one figure that is not related to sustainability. However, the best figures, the best TV audience of the World Championship was the one in 2021 when the World Championship were held in Belgium. This year, or last edition, the record has been beaten by 50% worldwide. That means that this is a new TV audience, increase of 50% of the best TV audience ever. That means that more close to 300 million people in the world were watching the UCI World Championship in Kigali, and you gave a wonderful image of Africa. I can see our Egyptian friends with you and some other Africans. So well done Kigali. You inspired a lot of Africans, but not only, a lot of people in the world. Thank you. And so I will
we'll
ask you to come on stage to receive the official trophy.
Indeed, another to welcome Wegon Garambe,
Tony will come with me also. Tony.
Minister of Sports for Rwanda, Samson and Shimiya, the president of the Rwanda Cycling Federation, and Tony Mitchell, UCI Cycling for All Commission President. Congratulations to Kigali, Rwanda, UCI Bike City label. The first UCI Bike City label on the African continent, and that means a lot, President.
Exactly. And I think the floor is yours, no?
No, the floor is we're going to keep Samson with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monsieur le Ministre. Because we're going to talk about those World Championships, Samson, that took place under 1 year ago. Those World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda. A popular success, logistical success, and a sporting success. It's all yours.
Thank you.
And you have a clicker right there if necessary.
Thank you very much. Representatives of City of Athens, President of Union Cyclisme International, President of Hellenic Cycling Federation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Samson Ndayishimiye. I'm the President of Cycling Federation in Rwanda, and it's an honor to be here on this forum of UCI Bike City label to present to you roles of cycling in promoting sustainability in Rwanda. This is a country often called the land of 1,000 hills, from village roads to UCI world stage. Cycling in Rwanda is not just a sport. For a long time, cycling has always been a means of transport, for transporting people, goods, and the community all together. Very popular in the both rural and urban areas, a tool for environmental protection and a drive of economic and social development. Deeply rooted culturally, especially in provinces where bicycles are used daily, as I just said, for work, taking kids to school, or also for moving logistics. And this has gone all the way, now we see, towards the tourism, as you can see on the side. The tourists get to share the same roads as people who are doing their everyday normal activities in their lives. It's been growing. The cycling has been growing, not only just as a sport event, where we as a federation, we deliver 2 races a month, one for the youth under the development plans and one for the elites. And we have also 2 editions that we do every year. So we have Tour du Rwanda, which is our biggest. We have a youth tour, which is helping us in building relationships with our neighboring countries in terms of having their kids on holiday to come and do the tour. Our Tour du Rwanda lasts for 8 days. It's a 2.1 UCI recognized on the UCI calendar. So we're growing also with the youth by giving them more opportunities to come and spend time with each other and look forward in developing the future champions. The Tour du Rwanda, as I said, it's been running for the past. We just did our 18th edition, but I think it's thanks to the Tour of Rwanda that UCI did recognize us and then gave us the opportunity where in 2025, as the President Davila Patsi just said, we hosted the first World Championship on the continent of Africa in the city of Kigali. And again, we cannot thank UCI enough for that opportunity, because I think to all of us, it gave us an opportunity to know what we can do. For me, it also gave us an opportunity for people to be educated in the sport of cycling, and also remember the things that can be done in cycling. As you heard, during the World Championship, we did do a ride for fun, which we normally do during our races. We tend to attract people who are not doing it as a sport to come and enjoy the circuit we're going to do. So this one, in 2025, we did get 700 people in the morning, early morning, to come and enjoy the circuit. And now, this year, we just did the 18th edition. Again, thanks to the UCI, we've had a lot of demand. Normally, we host between 14 to 16 countries. We can go up to 20. But I'm telling you, we got demands from all over the world, all the way to Brazil, Germany, and Tunisia, everywhere. Everyone was interested. So we're hoping that it's going to get growing as fast. So you have the youth races. This is the future. This is under the development plan. And then we have here, again, the first Pogacar himself winning in front of the million people live. This has led us to also realize that our Tour du Rwanda cannot just be kept between us as Rwandans, but also we've now started exercising ourselves in terms of planning to not leave everyone behind, but to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to see what we have for the beauty of Rwanda. So Tour du Rwanda is now on the 8 days on TV. This year was the first one. We did it locally and the neighboring countries, but we're hoping to put it on the world TV platform. Rwanda is actively promoting cycling through different policies. Kigali is developing cycling-friendly public spaces, integration of cycling into city master plans, promote non-motorized transport, encourages cycling lanes and infrastructure supports and bike sharing system. The city sustainable urban mobilization strategy aims to make the city carbon neutral by 2050. With cycling as a key pillar, aligned with the Rwandan's national climate and urban development goals, it is prioritizes safe walking and cycling infrastructure, bike sharing, inspection, integration cycling into public transport, and promotion of electric bikes. As the President just said earlier, the strategy also fosters an active mobility culture through community events like 2 days per month for car-free day. And over in the next 10 years, around 200 kilometers of cycling infrastructure will be developed, alongside more than 60 kilometers of green corridors integrated into wetlands restoration. The social ride organized again for the 2025 World Championship did show that not only it's good for our visitors, but also for the Rwandans who are there to wake up very early and come at big number of 700 kilometers, where we gave them the opportunity to do the 15-kilometer circuit that the World Championship, the elites, were going to race on. So it's a culture, it's a community engagement, and I'm thankful that my government and our leadership can see that, can see the benefit in doing that. So for us in Rwanda, promoting cycling today means building a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable Rwanda for tomorrow. It helps protect the environment, improve public health, support the economy development with continued investment and awareness, not forgetting long-term relationships like UCI Mobility Bike Cities, who most of you guys are here representing. Rwanda can become a model for sustainable mobility in Africa. I'm convinced. And I believe, if you allow me to close by saying this, Rwanda's cycling story is still being written. And we're here and excited and thankful for recognition of UCI to award the Kigali City label. I do believe that we should be back with another city soon to get it, because we still have a lot to offer. Thank you very much.
Samson, I'm going to keep you with us. If I may, Mr. Minister, could we welcome you on stage for a few words on the importance of this Bike City label? Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of State for Sports of Rwanda, Rwego Ngarambe. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. I think Samson has covered most of it, but it's just mainly to express our gratitude to the UCI. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, most of all, for believing in Africa and for delivering on your promise. We are very much honored to be part of those parties that managed or helped deliver on that promise for not only for Rwanda, but also for Africa and the world in general. So this means a lot, as Samson just shared through all these slides. This is an encouragement. Maybe for a little history, 32 years ago, within this period, our country was forgotten. It was going through its darkest moments during the genocide against the Tutsis. So being here, standing today, being recognized as a city that has a lot to offer in terms of cycling, in terms of mobility, sustainability, this means a lot. And it encourages us to keep on going, to keep on establishing and building on these great projects that we are working on. And yeah, to bring on other cities to get another UCI Bike City label. So thank you so much. As we were going through the videos, it reminded me that on September 21st, 2025, I was having my first child. So it brought back a lot of great memories. So thank you so much. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you very much. I just have a question for both of you, and I don't know if this microphone works. I'll hand it over to you. Samson, 8 months after the World Championships, have you felt the impact of those World Championships on your country, on its population, the fact of having hosted, yeah?
Oh, definitely. I think I'm going to simplify it on behalf of the Federation. It's become much more easier when we're looking for sponsors. We no longer have to sit with them and explain what is cycling, what is the sport, why are we investing in the Tour du Rwanda or the youth development. People before used to see us, as you all know, our stadium at these roads. It's the infrastructure of the country. People used to be mad at closing the roads. We no longer get a lot of complaint, either on Twitter or anything like that, because now people understand. Some people thought it was a game of individual, but thanks to the UCI World Championship, now people understand that it's a team effort, it's a team game, and it makes life much more easier, and parents are letting kids come. I do believe we're seeing a lot of numbers growing in terms of youth development. So the impact is immense. Again, as I said, on international level, we did not have to send many invitations for Tour du Rwanda. People writing to ask if they can, if we can welcome them to come and join us. So yeah.
And in terms of tourism, it's also massive to have that. All those TV cameras on Kigali during the World Championships, seen all over the world, President. For the tourism of Rwanda, it's massive as well.
I think so, but allow me to let my minister to probably say something about that.
You can respond to it, but yeah, in terms of tourism, being 10% of our economy being based on tourism, this was a real booster. And it showed so many actors in the tourism industry what is possible. If we can do it with the UCI, then what's next? And then how can we position ourselves to keep on making it happen within our market, but also there is a lot in terms of experience that was acquired that can be shared to the rest of the continent within their endeavors. So much of what we learned through the UCI Road World Championships in Kigali is now being used in other markets through their events. We have a lot, let me call them experts now, that are bringing the expertise to other major markets to help us grow together. So tourism is also being practiced in Rwanda, but at the same time being brought to other destinations.
One final question, Mr. Minister. Is there the next Pogacar in Rwanda? Maybe in 20 years' time, maybe it'll be your child who was born during the World Championship will win the World Championship, a Rwandan World Championship. That would be amazing.
Maybe, but definitely we have a lot of talented kids that we are working for them to reach that level and much more. And like Samson just said, one of the beauties of hosting such an event is to see the science and the investments needed to produce a Pogacar or any other champion. So people have understood the assignment now. So world, get ready for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Samson and to the Minister of Sports. Thank you so much for coming to Athens. Oui, Président. You have the next Pogacar?
Probably his name is Paul Sexas. He's a French guy. Who knows? Just a question, because after a lot of questions are received for some of the colleagues, whether in the management committee, like our UCI Vice President, Katarina Nash, our UCI President of the Athletes Commission, Mrs. Wloczowska, the IOC Director General, they said, look, after this, what we want to do is to go for 1 week gravel and to do tourism and to use a bike, but I think gravel could be also something really nice. A lot of people, maybe a package to say, okay, come to Rwanda, you have a 1 week holidays, and every day we'll take care of your luggage. It will be at the next hotel. To have a kind of tour, you know, with gravel to see, of course, the gorilla in between and things like this. I think it could be also a product, very nice for your country. I'm speaking in the name of Tony Mitchell, but I'm sure if this product exists, it will be one of the participants. But you know, gravel is booming, I would say, worldwide. We saw some wonderful off-road sections in your country with wonderful landscape. And I do believe that could be a very nice product about, you know, 1 week. They want just to arrive with their bike or even to rent a bike. And then, you know, an agency will take care of them every night with the luggage, with everything. That's something maybe I think to sing in your country. Maybe to be just outside of the roads, to be off-road sections. And clearly, when we spoke together with the 3 people I just mentioned, they are waiting this kind of product. So I'm sure that then it can link Rwanda, your passion of cycling, but also with tourism, that is also economy in your country. So that's probably something we discussed with Samson. Probably it's already in the pipeline.
Yes, Mr. President, you're definitely right. For example, gravel is a big discipline in cycling that is growing big. Rwanda now, this year, we're hosting our 3rd edition on gravel. This is on the sports side. But I can guarantee you, Mr. President, we've been busy working with the Ministry of Sport in terms of helping us look at other disciplines. So we've got now the mountain bike, the road race, and then we have gravel and indoor cycling, artistic cycling, for example. Now, on the gravel side, on the tourism side, we have a project in the pipeline for tourism, right? We have a center that belongs to the Federation in terms of being sustainable, being able to sustain ourselves financially. We're working on a project where we can welcome tourism. They stay at our center. We're renovating the place, putting new things in, having the bikes for the mountain. But we also want to work closely with Rwanda Development Board to be able to host people all the way from Kigali. If they want to ride, do their bikes all the way to Musanze, they can do that. Or we're looking at how to put it together. One thing for sure, I wasn't joking when I said we're coming back for another city level. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the UCI Gravel World Championships in Rwanda, 2032. Do we need a contract?
Why not? That could be that could be nice. They have everything wonderful for that. So that could be nice, and we know it will be for sure perfectly organized in their country. And there is also a specific spirit to welcome cycling. And it's also maybe because we don't have any single World Tour event in Africa. And we believe one day we have to go to Africa. And this is something we discuss at the highest level. And why not in the next cycle, because it's every 3 years that we discuss this point, to have one day one World Tour event in Africa, and more specifically in Rwanda.
I'm going to keep you on stage because we have one more question. Sorry, gravel events, but maybe not where the gorillas are.
Thanks a lot for this contribution. personal, but many people knew about genocide. And it was fantastic that you explained that cycling, it's also part of the plan for unity for Rwanda, but I think with all this, it's also a message for unity in Africa. And I would like to know a little bit more about this, because very important in a world we have many problems, conflicts, wars, and so on. You have presented also something about unity through the cycling and all this you have done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Again, UCI City Label being awarded to Kigali, Rwanda today, it is the first time on the continent of Africa. As you've seen, I'm sitting there with my sisters from Egypt. The goal is not only to be able to show to the world that we can host the World Championship to the standard that UCI is happy with, but also to look at all these other initiatives. So UCI City Label helps us in the sustainability and all that. And being the first one, we're the first one for the championship to be hosted for UCI on the continent of Africa. Our confederation is the biggest one in terms of the size. All the 54 federations are there. So I'm hoping that our brothers and sisters from different countries should be taking notes from us, but we're also open in helping out and giving guidance or advices.
Just a few seconds.
Of course.
Yeah. To highlight that element of unity, I just wanted to share that right after the genocide, a month after, one of the major events that took place in our country was a football match between teams that existed before the genocide. So victims and perpetrators were back on the pitch playing together, and it carried us through all these years. It showed the country that it was still possible to live together, to build one nation that is not based on ethnicity or any differences, but it showed the strength of sport and that transcends even to touch on other areas of life. So it happened in football, basketball, and cycling, and it's still happening today, showing the people their truest potential, and we are more than happy to leverage it and share it with the whole world. Thank you.
On that note, this year, in terms of unity and Cycling Federation, we did do a 2 days race to remember in April. First time we were doing it outside of the capital. We went all the way to the border of the country, and everybody joined. So we're making sure that we keep uniting people. Thank you.
The power of sports, the power of cycling. Thank you so much for being with us. It's now time for our second panel, Urban Mobility Strategies, integrating cycling into city planning. Around the world, cities are basically moving beyond short-term projects towards long-term cycling systems that are fully embedded in transport, spatial, and land use planning, supported by policy frameworks. Cycling is increasingly recognized as a strategic lever to climate action, public health, and urban livability. And in this session, in just a few seconds, panelists will discuss how cities can translate ambition into delivery. And it's a pleasure to, first of all, welcome on stage Clotilde Imbert, CEO of Copenhagenize, Stathis Psiropoulos, the mayor of Iliopoli, Stelios Diakoulakis, Deputy Regional Director for Europe for C40 cities. You can come and sit down. And finally, Tony Mitchell, the Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission President and UCI Management Committee member at the Union Cycliste Internationale. Thank you so much for being with us. Oh, there is no specific order. This is perfect. Well, first of all, like for our previous panels, can I ask you to present yourself very, very rapidly, starting with Clotilde Imbert. And what is Copenhagenize? Rapidly.
Yeah, I'm Clotilde Imbert, the CEO of Copenhagenize. It's a consulting firm specialized in bicycle urbanism. We advise cities around the world to create better cycling infrastructure and also to invest into cycling policies.
Mayor Psiropoulos.
This is the first time that I address in a forum and speaking English. So I'm very sorry if some things that I will address to your conference is really bad English. Okay?
It's perfect. It's perfect.
I will try a lot. I'm the mayor of Iliopoli, as you said. My background involves many years of experience in both education and local government. I am a graduate of the Department of History and Archaeology at the Faculty of Philosophy of the National and Kapodristian University of Athens, holding a master's degree in Public Policy Administration from the Athens University of Economics and Business, with a specialization in civil protection. Since 2006, I'm active in the field of private education, while since 2014, I maintained a consistent presence in public affairs. I have served as a municipal councillor, deputy mayor, and chair of municipal committees, gaining significant administrative experience and insight into local governments. My role as a mayor is to place strong emphasis on improving citizens' daily lives, prioritizing cleanliness, safety, and the city's sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just to make things understandable, Iliopoli is just south of Athens, if I'm correct, huh? It's a city south of Athens. Thank you. Stelios?
Near Glyfada, Argyroupolis, and it's near to the center.
Yeah.
It's between center and the south Athens.
So basically tonight we can all have dinner in Iliopoli at the city hall. It's not too far. Stelios Diakoulakis, your role and your role at C4 Cities.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Stelios Diakoulakis. First of all, thank you. Welcome all to the city of Athens. I work for a global network called C40 Cities. We work with the world's biggest cities and support them in their efforts to tackle climate change in a wide range of actions. The city of Athens is the only Greek municipality member of our network, because we mainly work with the biggest cities, with a few exceptions like Copenhagen. And I'm the Deputy Regional Director for Europe, meaning that I mainly work closer with European member cities of the network.
Thank you very much, Stelios. Tony Mitchell, part of the UCI, of course, but you've been very, very busy also on the other side of the world in New Zealand.
Yes, thank you. Tony Mitchell, and I do have a few, I guess, previous roles in cycling that are relevant. Currently, I am the president of Oceania Cycling Confederation, one of the 5 confederations within the UCI. Obviously, we're down the bottom end of the world, but we certainly punch above our weight when it comes to being competitive, but also with advocacy as well. My role, I'm also a UCI Management Committee member, and for the last 9 years, whilst I've been on the Management Committee, I've been fortunate to be president of the Cycling for All and Sustainability Commission. So Isabella and myself have worked very hard to take forward the momentum that was already there. And in addition to that, one of the roles that I've held in New Zealand is the president of Bike Auckland. Now, Bike Auckland is a mobility cycling activation group, and it's very much like the bicycle mayor of Auckland, New Zealand's largest city, around about 1.8 million people. And so I'll be drawing on a lot of that experience today as well.
Absolutely. Clotilde Lambert, Copenhagenize, released in 2025, the Copenhagenize Index in partnership with EIT Urban Mobility. Could you explain how this edition differs from previous indices in terms of approach and analysis?
Thanks for the question, because actually, so the 2025 edition of the Copenhagenize Index is a real shift into the methodology, and We don't want the index to be only a ranking. We really want to transform this ranking into a tool, into a global benchmark that can be used by city leaders to make the right decision when they invest in their cycling policy. We also wanted to strengthen the methodology that is way more data-driven than it used to be, because cities collect more and more data. And so it's based on 13 indicators. We collect 33 data points per city for 100 cities in the world, and we evaluate that. And so finally, with 13 indicators, we really cover all the spectrum of what is a bicycle-friendly city, so the usage, and the cycling policy as a city is investing to transform it.
Sorry, so that data comes from like number of kilometers of bike lanes and stuff like that?
It's about infrastructure, the model share, the services, but also the use of the cargo bikes, the gender split, because we know that having women in the streets is really important, and it means something for the bikeability of the city. And so as you can see above on the map is a truly global benchmark. We evaluated 100 cities from North America, South America, Asia, Oceania, Africa as well. We are really glad to get some African cities in this ranking. Having said that, half of the cities are still from Europe. Half of the best cities are from Europe. But the key message is the fact that whatever the city, you can develop cycling as a means of transportation. And it's not about the climate or whatever, because we have Helsinki very snowy, or Quebec very snowy as well. We have Singapore very warm and humid, that is investing in a very structured cycling policy. And for the first time, we also have a Middle East city, Dubai, that is also investing in developing cycling as a sport, but also as a means of transportation. So whatever your city, you can develop, and I hope Athens will be a part of this list very soon.
You mentioned Dubai. Abu Dhabi hosted this forum 2 years ago, and we indeed saw all the infrastructure that was put in place over there. Mayor Psiropoulos, the city of Iliopoli has been actively involved in the day tour of Hellas that ended yesterday in the streets of Athens. How important is this event for the promotion of cycling locally?
Yes, the Tour of Hellas matters for Iliopoli city because as a flagship international sporting event with participation of elite teams and routes across over 100 locations, and Iliopoli as part of the final Attica stage, this is a reason for the local cycling culture to be accelerated. Especially for Iliopoli, this matters especially because it is a way for cycling to be introduced to families, children, and people of any age. It legitimizes cycling not only as a sport, but mainly as mobility in the city. During the event, our city became a festive environment, with our residents taking part to parallel activities ahead of the race, like parkour stages, calisthenics, and cross-training, waiting for the elite athletes to cross the city. We also activated our community pre-event with activities for children at the traffic education park that we also have in our city. For Iliopoli, being part of the central stage, an event like this will make our neighborhood more visible in the wider area of Attica and will promote bike commuting, leading to a decrease of the traffic footprint. It will also introduce our residents to the bike commuting. The Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan study has been completed and includes a proposed cycling lane network. However, the study requires state funding, which we are currently awaiting. Since 2024, a public bike sharing system has been installed in the municipality of Iliopoli. At Halikaki Park, that's the name of our biggest park in Iliopoli, provisions have been made for the development of the first modern and safe cycling lane in Iliopoli. Tour of Hellas is important for Iliopoli because it will create the foundation for safe cycling infrastructure, resulting to the commute with bicycles become the norm in the city. Finally, I would like to add that April was designated as Road Safety Month, during with schools in our municipality that were informed and educated about safe road use and vehicle safety.
So a lot is being done in Iliopoli, and you mentioned it, and I think we're going to talk about it as well. State funding, of course, remains essential. Excuse me, Stelios, in your role at C40 Cities, you work on the delivery of projects linked to cities' commitments to ambitious climate change and climate targets. To what extent is active mobility embedded in these commitments? And could you share a few leading examples from the C40 network that cities can learn from?
Yes, thank you. First of all, starting by transportation, although this audience perhaps doesn't need me to explain the wider causes of transportation to cities all over the world in terms of emissions, in terms of the economic and social aspects. Our approach is that it goes without saying that sustainable mobility and transportation is a key element in our approach with cities. Of course, in taking into account specific city contexts everywhere. Let me give you two wider examples to let's say, explain the comprehensive approach that we're taking when we talk to cities, when we support cities in mobility-related initiatives. Around 35 cities in our network, and perhaps I should clarify here that we're called C40, but we're actually not 40 cities.
Yet.
We have...
Not yet.
We're more than that, actually. We're almost 100 cities across. We used to be 40, and we had the bad idea to give our network that name, but we've grown since then. We're almost 100 cities around the world. So about 35 of them have signed the so-called Green and Healthy Streets Accelerator, taking a commitment to create a major area in their cities by 2030 as a zero-emission area, car-free zone, where walking and cycling and clean public transport are prioritized. And we support those cities that have made this commitment in reaching that target. And I'm using this example to illustrate the comprehensive approach we're taking in our work with cities. Also, as a second example, we are supporting cities in integrating urban planning in their climate strategies and in the effort to change the dominant urban planning model of the 20th century, which was centered around car development and rigid land use zoning, and which has led cities being highly emissions intensive, with negative impacts, of course, to the citizens' health and quality of life. Urban planning, the way we see it, is a powerful tool for climate action, and of course active mobility is a key element in this regard. But let me also say another example, that cities are promoting cycling and sustainable mobility and implement policies to restrict car use because it serves a deeper purpose to tackle social inequality. Because a city that is designed around the car as a necessity is by definition an unequal city. So, because car dependency, as you can understand, disproportionately favors wealthier populations that have higher car ownership rates, and at the same time, wealthier, and if I may add, white populations are those who usually live in neighborhoods that are less impacted by air pollution, by traffic, adding another layer of inequality in the cities. So cities, by promoting cycling and restricting car use, they send an important message of an equal city, of active mobility as a fundamental right. Also, that would be my last point, and perhaps I can give a couple of examples. Cities now are planning for everyone's unique needs. So looking at gender, age, income, they don't anymore assume that everyone in the city travels in the same way. In this regard, we see, and we heard that previously also by the mayor of Iliopoli, many cities across our network and beyond promoting school streets in order to create safe zones, safe routes for kids and their families going to school. The city of Milan has established a task force on road safety in order to redesign urban infrastructure and again make cities more safe. And routes more safe. And I can also use, in terms of gender issue, another example that comes from Barcelona. Perhaps you, and I don't know if there's a representative from Barcelona here, you all know the Superblock. Superblock sets as a priority to tackle, of course, pollution and traffic, but at the same time sets as a priority to protect women. And the city frames the Superblock initiative a lot as a social justice and gender issue. That's important if cities and mayors want to gain support for their policies to look at all the populations. Thank you.
It's interesting, very, very interesting indeed. Tony, you mentioned Bike Auckland earlier on. As the former chair of Bike Auckland, you work closely to promote cycling, to get more people on bikes. Can you share some initiatives that proved very successful and where there are strategies that were less effective or tougher to reach?
Yes, there's a couple of examples that I want to share. One, well, it's a video, I'll play it shortly, but it's really about how do we engage the minds of the wider community, but also how do we work with the local government and win them over. And in most cases, we find that there's some amazing people within local government that really want to help, but they're sometimes scared to be able to stick their head up and be bold. And it does take strong political leadership to be able to really put in place these strategies. So one of the things we worked on Bike Auckland is how do we work closely with the local council and come up with new ways together to push these initiatives forward. And there's a video that I'd like to share. It's from 2021, I think, but it just showcases, it's going to show you, you'd think you're in France because it's a protest, but I assure you it's not. But anyway, if we can play the video now, that would be good.
Estimated 1,500 cyclists broke through a police barrier onto the Auckland Harbour Bridge today in a protest that brought traffic to a crawl. As Simon Mercet reports, they say the Transport Agency isn't listening to their calls to open the bridge to cyclists.
Let us through! Let us through! This was the start of a big Sunday ride over the Harbour Bridge, and an unauthorised one. Several cyclists moved around the side, police unable to hold them back. Then the barrier was breached. Many hundreds waited to follow the leaders, and so a huge bridge crossing was underway. Some cycled, some walked, and soaked up the view. The cyclists got close to the North Shore, then headed back. And so for the middle of the day, the Harbour Bridge became a dual-purpose transport route. The bike ride followed an earlier rally at nearby Point Erin Park.
I saw you.
Yes, and some of my cycling friends as well. And look, the reason that I wanted to share that, you know, that bridge has long been a challenge for us to try and get cycling to be able to use it or have at least one of the lanes. And it's always a challenge because it is the only bridge that actually allows the Auckland, the south of Auckland and north of Auckland to connect. So you've got 1.8 million people that are using that bridge to go from north to south. There's no other bridge, or you have to drive a long way around. So yeah, it's long been something that we want to achieve, get cycling there, but it is one of those areas that politically it's going to be difficult. But what we could do here is we could use this protest as an opportunity to draw attention to the challenges that mobility and cycling have. And it was a way of us being able to get support to be able to then implement some of the other activities. So we chose probably the protest or the area that would give us the most media coverage to be able to rally the troops and take on the bridge. Now, this is an 8-lane bridge. 4 lanes one way, 4 lanes the other. That supports 1.8 million people. You don't just take it over and start riding a bike on 2 of the lanes. And this is key. The local politicians and the local council would struggle to say they're closing down the bridge for cyclists to use it. But they would work with us on this protest, on this rally. So the police are there trying to resist, but there's not a lot of police. And as the cyclists go onto the bridge, there's no cars in those 2 lanes. And that's because we had worked closely with Auckland Council and the police, so they knew what was going to happen, and they could allow us to actually prepare for this. So it was a wonderful occasion that the council could then support, but not be told that they were involved in. And again, we got national news attention, and it allowed us to then gain support and have deeper conversations to get the infrastructure and investment that we needed in other areas. So for me, that was quite special to show. This next one that you have here, within Auckland, again, 1.8 million people, there's a lot of areas. And I heard someone say before, you know, we don't always want to see sports people doing the promotion or politicians. We want to see people like us that we identify with driving the initiatives. And so Bike Burbs is a strategy that has been around for 10 years in Auckland. And we have about 28 suburbs that have bike burbs. So we have a lot more than 28 suburbs, but we have empowered the local community to run their own bike network. They are taking on the local council. They are working with the local council on getting funding for bike lanes. And we have given them the resource kit to be able to do that. And we have one person who does go around and support all of that. But again, it's not about Bike Auckland strength of voice. It is about the local community putting pressure on the local politicians and working with the local politicians to get results.
I think you mentioned it. I think Carly mentioned it this morning. Political bravery is essential. Clotilde, based on the latest ranking of the 100 cities worldwide, what are some of the most striking insights when it comes to the growth and maturity of cycling policies and infrastructures?
So we can see in this edition that we have reached a new maturity in the development of cycling policies, at least in most of the cities we evaluated. We are not talking anymore about a pilot project when it comes to develop cycling, or not, oh, I'm redesigning the street, I have some space left, I will do a narrow bike lane. No, the cities, they understood that they have to create a structure, long-term cycling policy that is even embedded into a more sustainable mobility strategy. And so we also saw from all the leading cities that they have a recipe in common, only 3 ingredients. So they share a strong political commitment. We were talking about the will. Some high standards when it comes to infrastructure, and a high investment. And looking, if you look at the graph, like just above, when we look at the top 30 cities, so really the top of the ranking, they also have some things in common. They almost all have a cycling plan. They have a cycling unit in charge of the implemented of the cycling plan. Almost all of them also creating some quality standards for developing their infrastructure, making sure that it's quite coherent and consistent all across the city. And almost all of them as well monitor their data. So meaning that they gather some information, they see the evolution, they follow the impact of their cycling policy. And if you can share the other graph, we really wanted to understand what drives the cycling model share. If we just take this indicator, what is the other indicators that are the most correlated to it? Actually, there is not one that is really with a high correlation. You have to group the indicators together to understand what impact the growth of the cycling model share. And what comes first, actually, it's the high density of bicycle parking. It comes even before the density of infrastructure and before the investment, so the spending per capita. So the key message here is to understand when you invest in cycling for your city, you really have to invest on, I would say, everything at the same time. Infrastructure, services, education. It's not only one ingredient. Keep in mind that it's more than that.
Very interesting indeed. And I'm going to turn to Mayor Psiropoulos about that actually. How central is cycling promotion to the city of Iliopoli? Do you have a specific cycling strategy or an action plan, and what are the priorities?
Okay, as mayor of Iliopoli, I have a clear direction and action plan. There are 3 key areas. First, infrastructure that is safe and realistic. The immediate priority is to develop cycling routes, connecting main routes and daily moving patterns. We aim to replace shortcut trips by linking the neighborhoods with schools, sport facilities, and public transport hubs. But because infrastructure is not enough alone, with events like Tour of Hellas, school programs and campaigns, we will work toward normalizing cycling as part of daily life, not only as a sport, but mainly as transport. It is very important to encourage children and families to see the bicycle as a safe option for everyday use. Finally, our aim is to create a city where short distances are no longer automatically associated with car use.
Indeed, that's essential. Stelios Diakoulakis, could you tell us a bit more about C40's walking and cycling network? How does it practically support cities in terms of knowledge exchange, policy development, and implementation?
Yes. And now, looking at the slides of the other speakers, I'm thinking that we also have some good slides at C40 presenting our work and our findings and our impact that unfortunately, I didn't bring today. I was traveling a lot this last couple of weeks.
Words are more important than slides.
Yeah, but the slides that Clotilde was showing was very interesting. But just also to explain a bit how C40 works. So, because we are a big organization structured around many thematic areas, from air quality to transportation, from walking and cycling to adaptation, from urban food systems to urban consumption or clean construction or other sectoral areas. So we have for every single area the so-called thematic networks, one of them being the walking and cycling network, which actually bring city officials from our members together, and through a range of activities that we organize, these city officials have the opportunity to share knowledge, to discuss challenges and barriers and ways they can overcome them, to receive support from our experts who manage its network, and specifically the walking and cycling network. So they receive support to implement policies, to attract funding, and so on, and to build capacity. Depending again on which cities we are talking about, with some of them we collaborate in developing reports, policy recommendations, making the case about cycling policies. We also work with our members on the advocacy element. So we invite cities and we work with other partners in Europe and across the globe to join various European and global initiatives influencing key stakeholders at the EU level, at the UN level, and so on, about the need for sustainable transport, about the need for increased investment for sustainable transport, and about the need for more support to cities about this. So we elevate the role of cities when it comes to tackle climate change in general, but to promote sustainable mobility in particular. Participation in the network is optional. In general, we are a network that don't take membership fees or any fees at all from our members. We rely on external funding in order to be able to support our members the best way we can, and in line with their priorities, in line with their commitments. For example, I mentioned before the Green and Healthy Streets Accelerator that many of our members have signed. So those cities that have signed and made this commitment, we try to allocate more resources to them in order to move towards the 2030 targets on how to collect data, or how to engage stakeholders, on how to attract funding, on how to make the case about the importance of zero-emission areas in cities, and so on. So we work with all our cities. Basically, we are there for all our cities, but our work varies according to each city's context and commitments, and of course capacity.
Thank you very much, Stelios. Tony Mitchell, as president of the UCI Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission, you oversee the growth of the UCI Bike City label network that now includes 31 cities and regions on all continents, and it's been the case for the last like 20 minutes now. What key trends and strategies are you seeing emerge among these cities when it comes to integrating cycling into the urban planning?
Yes, thank you. I think we do have a slide that I'm going to show as well. We're very fortunate now that we have 31 cities, regions included in the family. But you know, that wasn't always the case. And 9 years ago, there was only a handful, mostly, or all, I should say, in Europe. And as the President said earlier today, the UCI has a unique role to play. One of the things that the UCI can do is that we can use our global footprint and image to be able to help and support regions and cities around the world. What we were lacking in the bike cities or mobility and sustainability was our own data, our own information. So at the early stages, we would rely heavily on Copenhagen, we would rely heavily on the Dutch Cycling Embassy and others. But now we have 31 bike cities and regions. So we have a lot of information that for cities also that have been in the family now for many, many years. So what we were able to do is take a look at these 31 and try and group them together into what are the key themes. Now, it's important to note that some of these cities and regions do cross over into multiple areas. But what we noticed is that all of them had one area that they were the strongest in. And we have tried to then group them into these. And I guess the pleasing thing for me is that as we look at these 5 on the screen, there's something in it for everyone, for every type of city, for every region. You don't have to be a Copenhagen. You don't have to be a Bruges or Flanders. There are other pathways to be able to deliver mobility and sustainability success. Because what we see in Africa is very, very different to what we see in Europe. And I think something that Carly said at one of our forums was 2 years ago, I think, Carly, you mentioned that the problem in Africa isn't about getting people on bicycles. It's about keeping them on bicycles and not letting them use the cars, because the economies are changing and people are then becoming more mobile and utilizing motorbikes and cars. So it's quite different in the areas. But the 5 areas that we discovered, and one of them is gold standard, and we'll get to that in a moment. But the first one is about emerging investment and growth markets. So a city like Abu Dhabi, which realizes that it wants to be more than what it is today, is looking at how they can invest in the future, bring in people to see their city and the wider area, and how cycling and mobility can play a key part of it. So investment-led strategy and government support has been very, very important for them. The second one is where you have heritage and culture-driven. It's very easy then for these regions to leverage off the history that they have. So the likes of, we've got Flanders and Bruges with the culture, to be able to classify themselves as a cycling destination for this. But that's different sometimes to what we see with the next group, which was around cycling tourism and recreational that drives their economy. And so for those, we had areas like Flanders as well, but we also had Yorkshire and Quebec that offered something different. Not necessarily, well, some people there would argue that the history that they have and heritage is very strong, but they were able to offer a lot more in the areas of tourism. The next one there, number 4, is event-led. And this is where the UCI started our journey. So to participate and be in the family and receive the bike label, you would put in place a major event like the World Championships. And if I go to an example like Wollongong in Australia, and we have Samara here speaking later, Wollongong realized that there's an opportunity here to host the UCI Road World Champs in 2023, but a bigger opportunity to put themselves on the map as a destination and bring together all of the stakeholders within the community to be able to build infrastructure. So not just hosting a major event, but leveraging off that to leave legacy activities in place. And finally, and I won't have to go into detail on this one, this is the gold standard. This is where you have had strong political leadership, and the mayors, the councillors have put urban mobility first and then built the city around that. And there's two in particular that I will highlight that are truly gold standard, and that is, of course, Copenhagen, but also Paris, where you have had politicians that have really gone after changing the streets and the modality. And of course, as we know, it wasn't always easy because in many of these places, the cars were dominant in the 1970s.
Very interesting. So, yeah, indeed. I was thinking that maybe Iliopoli would ask for the UCI World Championships in a couple of years. Maybe. Maybe we can. Maybe you can have lunch together after. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. Just one final, very quick question to Clotilde. For all the cities and advocates that are attending the forum today, which key figures or trends from the 2025 index do you think are really relevant and sometimes surprising?
So still a few figures and data. I think it's important. It's not boring. We can always turn that into storytelling. So one point, 10% of 100 cities have more than 25% of cycling. It means that in some cities, cycling is completely mainstream. And it means that a lot of citizens have adopted cycling as a daily means of transportation. My second data, it's about Paris. It proves that you can go fast in transforming your city. Paris, they went from 5% to 11% of model share in only 5 years. So it means that in a mandate, a local mandate, you can transform your city and see the results. And the last point, it's about investment. You don't transform a city if you don't invest at least a little bit of your budget. And so for all the cities evaluated, the top 100, in average, they invest 14 euros per capita. But there is a huge gap with the top 30, so the leading cycling city, that invest in average 24 euros per capita. And there is still a gap with the top 100 investing about 30 euros per capita. The more you invest, the best results you have. It's what we see in the index. But the point with cycling is you have to invest, but the return on investment, it's very, very, very high as well.
That will be le mot de la fin, as we say in French. We have already run out of time. The situation is as follows. If we have many questions, you will have less time to have lunch. So do you prefer lunch or asking questions? The answer, do you have any questions? I see your priorities. No, more seriously, do we have any questions or comments for our guests on stage? You really are hungry. We can do it over lunch, absolutely. Thank you so much to Tony, to Mayor Iliopoli, to Clotilde, to Stelios, for being with us for this topic. A pleasure of having you. Evkaristo. And we will see you in 1 hour for an entertaining afternoon. lunch, didn't have too much to eat. It's now time to talk about the Tour of Hellas, the day tour of Hellas that finished yesterday, that most of you had the pleasure of watching go by. Let me therefore welcome on stage Takis Xouris, the Chief Operating Officer of the day, Tour of Hellas. Takis, welcome. And actually, before I pass on the mic, we're going to watch this short video of your event.
Φτάσαμε στην Αθήνα. Σας καλωσορίζουμε στο κέντρο της πρωτεύουσας.
Ζούμε μοναδικές στιγμές εδώ στο Λεγανοπαίδιο, στην Αττική.
Στην πέμπτη διοργάνωση συμμετέχει πλέον και ο Πειραιάς ως ένας σταθμός σε αυτό το ποδηλατικό γύρο.
Να καλλιεργήσουμε την αντίληψη, την αίσθηση και την κουλτούρα του ποδηλάτου.
Well done to Cycling Greece, well done to the organizer.
Είναι η εικόνα αυτή που θέλουμε να έχουμε κάθε μέρα και όχι μόνο στις σπουδαίες εκδηλώσεις.
The day tour of Hellas, racing with purpose, or how to build a cycling culture through the day tour of Hellas. It's all yours, Takis.
Hello, good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed it yesterday. Most of you were there. Hope you had a good afternoon. It was hot, I know, but the payback, hopefully, it was what you expected to see if you rode the center of Athens. It's one of the few days that the center of Athens is closed for traffic. So this was Athens as we dream how it should be. Mr. President, dear delegates, colleagues and friends, welcome to Athens. It is a true honor to host you here in a city where history, movement and public life has always been deeply connected. And it's especially meaningful that the UCI Mobility Forum takes place just one day after the finish of the day tour of Hellas. Because what we discuss here today, it's not theoretical. It's what just unfolded on the roads of this country. Over the past 5 days, Greece has not only hosted a race, it has experienced what cycling can look like when it enters cities, when it connects regions, when it becomes visible, accessible, and alive. And that is exactly what I would like to talk to you about. When we often say that cycling is more than a sport, but today I would like to challenge this idea. Cycling is not simply more than a sport. Cycling is a tool for mobility, a tool for culture, a tool for change. And the real question is not what cycling is. The real question is what are we using it for? Across many countries, including my own, Greece, we face a paradox. We organize professional races. We host elite athletes. We showcase incredible landscapes that are ideal for cycling, and yet everyday cycling remains limited. Cities are not built around bicycles, and the connection between the peloton and the public is still weak. There is a gap, and if cycling is to play a meaningful role in the mobility of everyday life, we must close that gap. When we relaunched the e-Tour of Hellas in 2022, our focus was very clear. We needed to rebuild the race. We needed credibility, safety, and international standards. At that point, our mission was organized professionally, and it regained its place on the international calendar. But in 2023 and 2024, we faced an important and honest realization. The race was working, but the impact was limited. We had strong teams, good organization, and positive feedback. But outside the race, very little changed. Cities hosted us, but they didn't fully engage. People watched, but they didn't participate. The race passed through, but it did not stay behind. And that forced us to ask a difficult question. Is it enough to organize a successful race if nothing changes beyond it? In 2025, we made a decisive shift. We changed our mindset from how do we organize a better race to how do we make the race matter. And I must say clearly that this shift was not only internal. It was also supported at the highest level by the current Minister of Sports, Yannis Vroutsis, whose vision aligned with this broader role of sport as a tool for the society. That alignment was critical because when institutional support meets strategic clarity, transformation can become visible. From that moment, we stopped thinking about the tour as a 5-day event and started building it on a year-round platform. And the results were immediate and measurable. Sponsorship grew significantly, not just in number, but in value, because partners began to see the tour as not just as a race, but as a communication platform with real society reach. Host city participation increased dramatically. Where once we were asking cities to host the race, now the cities and regions were asking to be included. The perception has changed. The race was no longer a cost. It was an opportunity. At the same time, media impact evolved, and in the early years, our television presence was limited. Today, we have moved to full live coverage, as you saw yesterday, and that is not just broadcast upgrade. It's a visible transformation. Because visibility is what connects the race to the wider public. It is what brings cycling into homes, into conversation, into awareness. But the most important changes happened on the ground. We redesigned the tour around 3 phases: before, during, and after the race. Before the race, we invested heavily in pre-event activities. School visits became a core pillar, introducing cycling to children in a direct and meaningful way. But we didn't stop there. In host cities, we created cycling activation zones in central squares, temporary bike tracks for kids, safe, controlled environments where children could ride, often at the first time, in a structured and joyful way. These were not symbolic actions, they were entry points, because for many children, that was their first real contact with cycling. During the race, we transformed the experience. We opened the roads to people. We created opportunities for amateurs to ride, as you saw yesterday, the same routes as the professionals. The Montparnasse climb on Saturday became a defining moment where riders experienced the same ascent just hours before the peloton. Actually, my speech was written before what happened on Saturday. We had 540 amateur racers going up the climb. In Athens, we introduced a public race on the Syntagma circuit, placing everyday riders at the heart of the city on closed roads, in a setting that is normally defined by traffic and congestion. These experiences changed perception. One rider yesterday said to us, "For the first time, I felt like I belonged on the road." That feeling is essential because mobility is not only about infrastructure, it's about confidence and about belonging. After the race, we focus on legacy. We work closely with municipalities and regions to improve road conditions, enhance safety, and create lasting benefits. The race became a reason to act, a reason to invest, a reason to improve. Through this evolution, we came to understand that the cycling race has 3 dimensions of value: sporting, commercial, and social. And while the first 2 are well established, the third, the social dimension, is where cycling can truly contribute to mobility and cultural change. Because when people see cycling up close, they begin to imagine themselves in it, themselves inside it. When they ride in safe conditions, they begin to trust it. And when cities experience their roads differently, they begin to rethink the future. This is also why our ambition to upgrade the race to the UCI Pro Series to 2.0 level is so important. Not only as a sporting milestone, but as a strategic tool. A higher level race brings stronger teams, greater international exposure, and increased credibility. And all of these elements allow us to expand what we are building. More participation, more education, more engagement, more impact. The upgrade is not just about being bigger, it's about being more effective. The E-Tour of Hellas started again in 2022 as a race. In 23-24, we understood the limits. In 25, with the right vision and institutional support, we changed the direction. And by 26, it is becoming something more: a catalyst, a platform, a bridge between the sports and the society. So perhaps the real question is not how we organize better races. The real question is how we make races matter. Because when cycling races with purpose, it doesn't just move faster, it moves people. Thank you.
Thank you, Takis, and we're going to open to a couple of questions. I actually have you mentioned the Pro Series, and and the level of the race. How important would it be for the race to have more world teams, world tour teams, more champions to, well, inspire kids as well?
The truth is that when you start building a race in a country where there's no cycling culture, so there are not so many cycling fans, you think at the beginning that it doesn't really matter. Because when you go to the host cities and regions and ask for the cooperation, they don't care if it's Pogacar or me riding.
Yeah.
They just have cycling. So this is the first initial but very superficial idea. When the teams come here, the teams realize what we are able to do. So they have a huge impact. These riders and these teams have huge impact on social media. So the message for our country goes out globally. And that is when we get back from cycling tourism, which is important. For people on the media, like the ordinary people watching all these sports, these reels and these stories, so they get engaged. So it's what comes after the World Tour teams, more than have them here on the time of the race.
Yeah. And you were talking about the commercial aspect, the touristic aspect. I suppose when you go to see different cities, when you look for host cities, the idea is for them through TV coverage, more and more TV coverage, worldwide TV coverage, to tell them the world is going to see your city, the world is going to see your region, the world is going to see Greece.
In the first year, we had half an hour on TV after midnight. So the race would go on, and then after midnight, half an hour in one TV station, some riders going by some cities. So 22 was that. This year, our deal with broadcasting cooperation, the public broadcasting cooperation, gave live all the stages from start to finish. And that's amazing for the local people. But what we made sure this year is that worldwide, 27 TV stations, TV channels broadcasted the race live. So it's exactly what you say. So the impact was good, and then the host cities see this media value, and then they invest more.
Yeah. And again, coming back on inspiring generations is what I was mentioning as well when we talked about Rwanda. Having a Greek champion would boost everything a lot more.
Yes.
It'll come.
Yes, this has happened in basketball.
Yeah, yeah, Giannis.
Yes, but even before Giannis.
Yeah.
Giannis is the role model now, but Giannis actually saw the previous guys when it actually started about the same like us. In the early years, like in the 1980s, the public broadcasting channel didn't have anything to show, so they were showing basketball every Saturday. No one knew, what you were seeing, some guys playing basketball. But then, day by day, there were more basket courts in all over the cities. And then in 1984 or 1984 or 87, I don't know, we won the European 1987, we won the European Championship, right in Greece. So, and then the market boomed, and we have so many riders, so many players now that we don't know what to do with them. And of course, Giannis is like our role model. He could be the president of Greece if he wanted to. And yeah, cycling could be like that. One big day for a Greek rider, it will change the whole thing.
So more Olympiacos or Panathinaikos?
I don't want to comment on that because Ike just won the championship, and I'm not a fan of Ike. So.
Do we have any questions or comment from the room? Yeah, we have a.
I'll just, thank you so much.
Not about basketball, huh?
Thank you so much for your presentation. That was really interesting and inspiring. So here in the aftermath of the tour, what do you do tangibly to keep the legacy going, keep making your event relevant on the cycling?
Despite being here, and I wanted to be in my bed, to tell you the truth, after all these days, what is very, very important is when the race is still hot, to give back to the cities what they earned from this race. You don't have to leave a huge amount of space, like months, to go back to these cities and tell them this is what happened, because what we need to realize is that they do this with many, many events. So my friend George here from the municipality of Athens, if I go back to him in September and say, oh, we had a great race, you remember? Then he probably say, yeah, I remember, but he doesn't remember. So what we need to do is, in the next weeks, collect all the data we got from the exposure, from the kids, how many kids were there, what happened to the side events, and go to them and send them an email, and then visit them again and talk to them about the experience we had, if we had some problems or they have some remarks, and maybe talk to them about 2027 already. This is what we did last year and it was very successful. So it's very important to collect all the data, although all the team is tired, and in 1 month give out the whole data to the public and to the people. I don't know if you want something else from this.
I was also thinking about...
Sorry, just to mention, so you work for Copenhagen Sprint.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I work with on Copenhagen Sprint, and what we try to make is creating an event that is alive all year, so it's not just an annual weekend. Yeah. Because of course there are a lot of commercial interests, a lot of money being put into 2 or 5 days. So how can we become relevant and stay relevant throughout the year, especially on the cycling focus? Like we make side events introducing children to cycling with all these side events in the fan zone. How do we get from there to making them cycle when it's raining in the winter? Yeah,
the answer is pre-side events. What we do in the early years, we just had a few side events during the race. From last year and this year on, we start the side events 3 or 4 months prior to the main event. Now what we got this, because this happened just this year, what we got already is cities and municipalities asking us to go and visit them even if they are not in the race, because they see what we do. Then the other thing is we talk with the host cities that we used in the race to do post-side events. So if you do post-side events in the same cities that you went through, this is a reminder of what happened here a few months ago. So it's totally correct what you say. A race should be a year-long activity. A lot of pre-side events in the previous months and a lot of post-side events. You have to have like a team that goes there, does the event, and comes back. And the other very important, at least for Greece, is the schools. We are doing a cooperation with the Union of the Coaches, Cycling Coaches, and with the Greek Federation to visit schools all year long and talk to them about we show them this kind of videos, and tell them what cycling is all about. And potentially some cyclists will come up. Yeah.
And the importance of social media as well to promote and discuss during the whole year.
We have social media team all year long.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some other comments or questions, perhaps, before we pass on to the next topic? Formidable. Efkaristo Poli.
Thank you.
And if you need a radio tour speaker, call me.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Takis. Time now for our third panel, cycling events. We just talked about one cycling event, we're going to talk about more. Cycling events as drivers of sustainable sport, tourism, and impact. Cycling events are increasingly leveraged as platforms for long-term destination development rather than short-term visitation alone. Recent studies of major cycling events, including the UCI Road World Championships, or all World Championships in general, demonstrates substantial net economic benefits, strong international visibility, and enduring social legacy outcomes. In this session, panelists will share how cities and regions are embedding sustainability, community engagement, and active mobility promotion into event planning. And it's a pleasure to now welcome on stage Elko Frankart, Project Team Manager for the 2026 UCI Cyclocross World Championships that took place in Hulst. Samara Shepherd's UCI Bike City Coordinator from destination Wollongong in New South Wales. Antti Laio, Marketing Consultant and Ambassador from Visit Lati, and Yonis Koklakizoglu, Managing Partner for Top Cycles and Athens Bike Rental. Thank you so much for being with us for this cycling events panel, the importance of cycling events in the promotion of tourism. First of all, very quickly, could you present yourself and your organization, and starting with you, Elko?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yeah, my name is Ilko Frankart. I'm actually here, I also explained already to Takis, I'm also a 2.1 race, multiple stage race organizer, the ZLM Tour. Yeah. But today I'm here as a representative of the province of Zeeland. And in the province of Zeeland, we had a great world championship, cyclocross, just 3 months ago. And I was a project team member of the local organization committee. And there I was mainly responsible for the social activation program.
Indeed, and it was a magnificent course, cyclocross course, and a great champion as well.
Thank you.
So, Samara.
Yes, hello, thank you, great to be here. I'm Samara Shepherd, the UCI Bike City Coordinator from Wollongong, Australia, where we hosted the 2022 Road World Championships. I'm also a professional gravel and mountain bike cyclist.
Antti Laio of Finland.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. I'm Antti from city of Lahti in Finland, a lifelong cyclist myself, representing here Visit Lahti, the destination organization for the Lahti region. Lahti is in southern Finland, about an hour north of Helsinki, just on the border of Lakeland, Finland, so beautiful area. City of Lahti may not be known for cycling, but it's definitely a sports city. So
ski jumping.
Exactly. So this year it's already 100 years since we hosted the Nordic Ski World Championships for the first time, so in 1926. And since we have hosted the same World Championships 6 more times, and now we are looking into cycling and have dipped our toes in a little bit, and I'll tell you about a bit more in a moment.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon to everyone. I need to admit something before we start. Probably it's the first time that I'm speaking publicly. So on Saturday I was on a trail run, a very hard one. I was on a trail run. And to be honest with you, my heart rate pace was quite lower than it is right now. So it's going to be a bit difficult for me.
Just imagine this is a living room and we're just the 5 of us.
We are
and
just
it's very relaxed.
If you want to discussing. Perfect. So my name is John. As you said before, Yanis. I'm the managing director of Top Cycles. I'm a 3rd generation in the cycling market and industry, in retail mostly, and the founder of Athens Bike Rental, which is a bicycle rental, premium bike rental company. We are working on this project, and that's the main topic, let's say, that we're going to discuss today. The last, let's say, 10 years that we're working extensively by participating in international events, providing bicycles. Probably most of you have seen me yesterday providing you the bicycles that you had. And that's actually what my daily life is.
You all come from very different places, from all over the world. I mean, Lahti, Wollongong, Zeeland, Athens. First of all, and very shortly, before we really go into the debate, I'd like to understand what role does cycling have in your because it's very different from one country to another. What role does cycling have in the places where you live in? I mean, for Zeeland, it'll be a little bit different than for Greece.
Yeah, for Zeeland, yeah, we are in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is well known about its bikes. And
you were born on a bike.
We are indeed born on our bike. It's in our DNA. Maybe also a good example of it. I own 5 bikes, and it's like you have your race bike, your mountain bike, even your pub bike, and
And actually, yeah, it's a part of how we grow up. We also have the infrastructure for it. So we have a lot of bike paths, and it makes it very accessible to use the bike. So it's all integrated into our system. And next to that, we have, where I come from, the province of Zealand, we have beautiful coastlines to cycle on.
Windy, very windy.
Very windy, so you see a lot of professional riders go there to train for windy conditions in stages. So yeah, that together makes it's a beautiful landscape and to cycle, and I'm very proud of that, to cycle over there. But also we have we are very close. We are in the backyard of Flanders, so we also have some hills over there. So we can combine all kind of different ways of cycling, and yeah, that's great to live over there.
Samara, the tradition of cycling in Australia, and more specifically in New South Wales, in Wollongong.
Yeah, we're really fortunate in Wollongong. We have fantastic weather all year round, so cycling is a big part of our identity, and even more so since receiving the label and since the cycling boom with COVID. So, you know, we're not just about road cycling. We've got a big investment with mountain biking. We've got a lot of unsanctioned trails for years up in the escarpment. And yeah, we're just seeing more and more people taking to the bike, you know, riding along in the weather along the foreshore. We've got a fantastic 60-kilometre bike path right along the coast there, which helps you get into the city, and it's just a lovely place to be. So it's, yeah, definitely becoming more and more of our identity.
In Finland, it's the same?
Well, in Finland, I think cycling traditionally has been seen more as urban mobility than a sport. Yeah. But we have a great opportunity for it. So, for example, we have a thing called Everyone's Right. So we don't really have access issues. You can ride any road or path or trail, no matter whose it is. So accessibility is not an issue in Finland. And so cycling has a lot of potential. And now when we are talking about events, they play a key role in growing that and also linking it to tourism.
John, cycling in Greece has a different tradition.
I'm sorry?
Cycling in Greece is, let's say, fairly new.
Yes. Okay. You mean probably the cycling culture that comes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. The demand for cycling in Athens has been steadily increasing, particularly among tourists seeking authentic and immersive way to explore the city. And that's what I want to stand on. I mean, we have leisure riders that they are usually, you know, looking for an electrically assisted bicycle, or cycling enthusiasts that they are willing to find a bike quite similar to what they're riding to, what they're training with, back to their countries. And that's my perception, at least, to what is going on the market right now, especially for tourists.
It's interesting, yeah. Elko, you were nominated, the province of Zeeland was nominated for a UCI Bike City Award based on their social activation program for the World Championships, the Cyclocross World Championships in Hulst. Could you tell us more about the overall engagement strategy behind the program and share some key figures or indicators that demonstrates its impact?
Yeah, for us, the main engagement strategy was very simple. Not just organize a 3-day event, but really engage the entire region. And therefore we came up with the social activation program to really involve whole province of Zealand and even outside the province of Zealand. And maybe we can, I think there's a little video coming up where we can show what we've done there.
There you have it. passion for cycling that touches all generations, clearly. That's one of the messages that you want to insist on?
Indeed, that was the main objective for that. In the end, we engaged almost 10,000 people to over 50 activities. But the most important in that was to provide those activities to people that are generally less involved into sports. So we had for children, elderly people, people with disabilities, but also refugees. So actually to engage everyone, not only to the World Championship, but to engage them to sports.
And you had a very strong supporter, by the way, the church. I mean, I've seen a lot of churches in there.
Indeed.
It was a very strong supporter of your endeavors, I mean.
Yeah, as well. That I think is very important. In the beginning of the program, it was important to have built the partnerships with everyone in that. And you obviously want to build the partnerships with the people that are connected to the people you want to reach. And that's what we did. So with schools, care centers, even churches indeed. And that made it really great to have all those activities being established in the year before the World Championships.
It's what we're looking for, actually, the integration of all those events specifically into society that you've just described with the schools, church, etc.
Yeah, I can definitely give some advices on that. So, as you can see, the numbers itself, I mean, we went to all kind of schools, care centers to involve as many people as possible. And mostly we didn't see the World Championships as people being there spectators, because we want them to make participants of the whole legacy. And that's where we went from. And at the end, it was, I think, a big success that we did it like this.
And you have a Dutch world champion as well. That helps a little bit.
That always helps. And we're proud of that have happened, even with this 8th World Championship in Hulst. So that's also a legacy that will probably stand there for quite a while.
For a long time. Samara, Wollongong has been very active in growing cycling as an inclusive, accessible and sustainable activity, especially with the development of the Wollongong cycling strategy and hosting the 2022 Roads World Championships, won by a Belgian for the men's race, by the way, not a Dutchman. Could you share some of the most recent accomplishments or projects that have helped grow cycling in Wollongong?
Yeah, certainly. So one of the things that Wollongong did really well was establish a few legacy projects which have continued to this day. And one of those is the Bike City Community Partners Program, which sounds very similar to what you've got going on there, bringing together a wide range of community groups who are invested in cycling, who want to grow cycling within the city. And out of that, we have just in the process of putting on a Ride Wollongong Festival of Cycling, which is community-led. So this is the first time we're taking on this model where each group in the community, whatever they're doing, we've got a range from cycling seminars, we've got a community ride, family fun day, we've got state-level racing, we've got national-level cycling, coaching, accreditation, anything to do with cycling. If people are passionate about it and want to put an event on, we bring it in under an umbrella festival format and promoting it, just trying to inspire people in as many different ways to get on the bike as possible. So yeah, that's all come out of the social initiative with the Bike Community Partners Program as well. And I think to this day, it's probably one of the biggest strengths that Wollongong's had since hosting the Road World Championships is bringing together the cycling community to keep the growth of cycling.
Did you feel a real boost after the World Championships, in the months after?
Definitely, and it was similar. It was the lead-up events as well. We've got 18,000 kids trained on bikes through the Ride Nation program, leading into the festival, and then the follow-on from the kids, then riding bikes and finding places for them to ride bikes and engage with them. And road cycling is, we are not just about, I guess, the road cycling specifically. We're coastal, so we love our beaches, we love our cafes, our arts and culture. If I could take a little bit more time, I could just talk about our strategy. Do you have that video we can play?
Yeah. We can, of course.
We'll play this.
Hi, I'm Samara.
And I'm Josh, and we are here at the brand new Kembla Mountain Bike Trails, an epic new network in the Illawarra Escarpment State Conservation Area. Now, before we do get out on these epic trails, it is very important that we ride lightly, ride respectfully, and be responsible because we are in the state conservation area. Let's get amongst it right now.
These trails are such a good mix. Smooth green lines around the water tank, fun jump lines, and some incredible flow.
It's so cool to see how they've made this network work for everyone. New riders, kids, seasoned mountain bike riders, adaptive riders. It's so epic.
You can tell how stoked people are. Everyone's buzzing as they're rolling out. And it's all just minutes from town. So close to the beach, cafes, the city centre.
It's perfect for a quick lap or a full day of riding.
So come check out the new trails on Mount Kembla.
There are so many trails up there, so many to explore, to enjoy, and have a great adventure.
So Josh and I were UCI Bike City ambassadors since the Road World Championship, so we're still involved with promoting the city as it continues to develop.
Yeah, what's very interesting is also, I think of past experiences, the children on the side of the road who will have seen the World Championships go by when in Wollongong in 2022, and I have memories of speaking to so many current champions who are in the peloton right now, who tell me I was inspired and I decided to start cycling when I saw this race go by. I mean, in Norway, at the Arctic race of Norway, above the Arctic Circle, a rider like Leknesund would tell me, yeah, I was on the side of the road and I saw the race go by, and he went on to win it 10 years after, and it just shows how important it is to inspire children and inspire riders at the 2027 Gravel European Championships, perhaps in Lahti, Antti. So Lahti will become the first city in Finland to welcome those Gravel European Championships. How important is this event for tourism as well, and to grow tourism?
Well, like I said earlier, we know how to put together sport events. But what has changed over the years is that it's not about just going to spectate sport, but actually participate. And gravel is a great sport for that. So the age groupers and the elite riders are participating in the same event, and they all are enjoying the same sport. Before starting to plan our entry to cycling, we did a similar project with Ironman. So we hosted Ironman races from 2018 until 2023. And in 2023, we had the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Lahti. And that event brought more than 6,000 participants to the city. And that was eye-opening to the local tourism businesses and other businesses as well, like what kind of impact sport tourism can have. And kind of that encouraged us also to go further with cycling. And what's special about cycling is it's not only the event, but the event is essential in building the image and the brand for the destination and make it stand apart. We have a lot of gravel roads in Finland, but now we need to show that in Lahti we also have the infrastructure and the services to support it and the access and all. So in that sense, it's, the Gravel European Championships is a building block for something bigger. With Ironman, it was more like one weekend with a lot of people coming to the city, but with cycling we hopefully get a lot of people to the races, but then there is constant traffic and people enjoying the roads other times of the year as well. And that's also kind of visible in when we think of people who would be interested in riding in Lahti. There are those active cyclists who participate in events, but then there are also simply active people who travel. And for those people, it necessarily isn't, the cycling isn't the only thing, but we have great food, culture, so it's more like an active holiday where cycling is a part of it. So we have kind of two target segments for the cycling. So there are those active cyclists and those generally active people. And for both, the event is helping us build the image as a cycling destination for tourism.
Indeed. John, from your position, running a bike rental and cycling business in Athens, what does the demand for cycling actually look like today? Who is riding and why?
Who is riding and why? Okay. It used to be, cycling used to be a very seasonal matter. That is changing, maybe due to the climate change or because usually, from September actually up to December, I can tell you that the temperature is perfect for riding here in Greece in general. You asked me who is riding? Okay, we've got, as I said before, like cycling enthusiasts, or because we are more focused into sports-oriented, experience-based, let's say, market. We are looking forward of this kind of customers, let's say, who are willing to visit Greece and have actually something to do. So usually they're renting bikes, either, as I told you, it was gravel bikes or electric bikes, and they're having their vacations here. Or they're exploring, especially the southern part, since I'm running here in Athens, they're taking the bikes and they're having magnificent tours in the Peloponnese region. By the way, Greece in a very large percentage is very well mapped. So there are pre-routes, we've got maps, specific maps, road map for cycling use. And yes, people are having, very interesting time here.
So yeah, coming from different environments as well, I suppose. Elko, what advice could you give to other event organizers who have not yet developed such ambitious social activation programs? Which partnerships are more critical, and how early should organizers start planning to maximize the impact?
Yeah, the first one is very easy. Start early. So whenever you hear that you are going to organize, in our case, a world championship, we directly started with thinking about the social activation program. So it was not an afterthought. We really made it part of the event planning. And that makes it also easier to have a good planning, because you see it a lot of organizers. We looked into that they really do it. Okay, we also need some activation, and that they do it generally around the World Championship, but then the focus is less on the activation program. So we start early with preparing, I think 4 years front. Okay. And then the full year before the World Championship, we had the activation program. Next to it, we had to organize the World Championships as well. But therefore, it was very important. And you just mentioned it. A World Championship is very inspirational, and people were getting excited. And then they had the tools and the activities to join already into the program towards that World Championship. The next one is actually, it was just mentioned, but it's kind of like to create partnerships with the stakeholders that are very close to the community. So very important for the school, for the kids, obviously the schools, for the elderly, the care centers, but also for refugees, for example, with the municipalities. It's very important to create those partnerships up front, to show what is possible, and really to work together to a plan. And that's actually the third point I come to, is to share ownership. So it's not us bringing an event. No, together we are going to organize events. And why is that so important? Because it can then last beyond the event. And that's very important, that it's, in one way, it's scalable, but especially sustainable. So by having a shared ownership, now those local partnerships can already do the events themselves, and they don't need the World Championships anymore. And that's happening as we speak.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's a very, very positive impact. Back to you, Antti. Why gravel cycling in particular? I mean, what distinguishes gravel from other cycling disciplines, especially in Finland, when it comes to Lahti's hosting ambitions and overall touristic strategy?
Well, the landscape in Lahti region is shaped by the Ice Age. So we have the moraine ridges and the lakes. And the moraine ridges are essentially gravel. So we have that since the Ice Age. Lahti is just an hour north of Helsinki, easy access with the train from the airport, so it's not far. Yet, when you are in the city of Lahti, which is 120,000 people, it never takes longer than 10 minutes for you to get out of the city and on the gravel roads. In addition to the gravel roads, we have the ski tracks in the winter, which are in the summer an actual like a gravel roller coaster, so narrow gravel paths going up and down in the forests, really great riding. Me being a long-time cyclist and originally a mountain biker, I always missed the mountains. But with the growth of gravel cycling, I realized for the first time I live in the right place. It has been even more clear with the international events we have had so far. So we have organized races since 21. Some of you may have heard about races like the Falling Leaves, which was on the screen here, or the Finland Gravel that Valtteri Bottas and Tiffany Cromwell were organizing. Valtteri is probably the most famous Finnish cyclist, even though he's not really a cyclist at all. So he's passionate about cycling, but he is from Lahti and our greatest ambassador. But also, we have had some encouraging words from other people visiting Lahti as well. For example, Greg Van Avermaet has been several times in Lahti, and he's really enjoying it. Roman Bardet was there last year and enjoyed the ride. So our landscape is perfect for gravel riding. It's rolling hills. We don't have big mountains, but we still have punchy little climbs. And what's also great is we are a fairly big country and not very many people, 5-point-something million. So when I go for a 3-hour ride, I meet maybe 5-6 cars during the 3 hours. So it's super safe. And unlike you in Australia, we don't have really anything dangerous in the forest, so we just can go ride there. So perfect place for riding. And when we think of summers in places like Athens and the holiday season, it gets really, really hot here. Well, we have nice 20-something degrees and very, very long days, so bright nights and bright summer nights up north, so perfect for those long rides.
So you're trying to take the tourists from Greece to go to Finland?
Well, they said they don't ride here really in July and August, so I'm trying to say that we have an opportunity for them to ride also in July and August.
And also, are you planning to have Valtteri Bottas on the start line of the European Championships? Did you make sure it wasn't during the Formula One on the calendar?
I'm not sure if the Formula One calendar is out yet, but hopefully he will come. And we have another great ambassador for cycling in Finland, and it's our president. So he might be coming. He was at one of the Finland gravel events, Alex Stubb. So maybe he will be at the age group start line.
Fantastic. John, talk about cycling events. When Athens hosts a major event, a cycling event like the Day Tour of Hellas, do you see a real impact?
Yeah, okay. First and foremost, I must admit that gravel cycling culture is coming to Greece a bit late, maybe.
So are you trying to take the tourists from Finland to Greece?
Yes, it's right. I just wanted to add that gravel cycling, especially, there is also a UCI race the following months that underhelps the presence of gravel segment specifically. Anyway, now we are the cycling partners of major international events such as the Ironman Greece, Xterra, and the 2 UCI races I just mentioned. And I don't want to talk only about Athens because Athens is a very popular touristic destination, it goes without saying, but to other smaller countries, especially either the northern parts of Greece or the southern one, that hosts this kind of international events, and the impact is huge, especially because those events are being held during difficult months in terms of touristic movements. I mean, it's not in the peak season. So it extends the touristic period, which is something very significant for the local communities. What we have seen is that the engagement of the local community is completely different than being into a capital city. We've got very strong connection with the local community, and moreover, it popularized cycling in general, let's say. So yes, the impact is huge, and I really like that I'm on the front line of all this change that is being happening here in Greece now.
Interesting indeed. Ilko, what indicators or evaluation tools would you recommend to other host cities seeking to demonstrate impact to funders, sponsors, policymakers?
Yeah, that always goes two ways. You have the quantitative indicators, and we just showed the list because it's important to sponsors, for example, the province of Zealand itself. So we saw that we had more than 50 activities, we had more than almost 10,000 people on the bike, we had more than 2,000 kids on the bike. That's very important, but I think it's more important, and that's why we focused most on it, because the numbers, they will come at the end, and we measured them, but it was the qualitative indicators, and that was mainly to let the participants tell the story. And how did we do that? How do you do it nowadays is to focus it with social media. So we involved a lot our channels, the local broadcasting stations, to come to all the activities, to engage them really, to show what we're doing, and not only, we don't have to speak, let the participants speak. So they can tell how they like it. The parents of the children tell how the kids like it, and come with the stories with like, hey, my child joined one of your activities and he now started cycling. That's for me more important than the numbers at the end. So, and eventually that's also more important to the whole community, to show what you have done by letting the participants telling the story.
But you can also evaluate the numbers through social media. That helps as well.
Indeed, because that really shows what we have done.
Working,
because otherwise they are really pinpointing on several activities, but to combine those two, it really gives the full view. Because I know governments, they like to receive the numbers, but then we always say, okay, but we also sent you the after movie. We also have some additional documents to show what the impact was to the community.
Yeah, very important indeed. Samara, since Wollongong received the UCI Bike City label, which was actually a first both in Australia and the Southern Hemisphere, there has been growing interest from other cities across the region, including, I believe, Brisbane receiving the label in 2025. As a pioneer, how has Wollongong inspired other cities to develop cycling?
So one of our other legacy projects has been the bike-friendly business program, where we went around and accredited businesses that had bike-friendly end-of-trip facilities, so bike storage, place to park your bike, water, things like this. We got around 200 businesses on board, and then we've seen a lot of interest for the program around Australia. So one thing that we're working on at the moment is with Australia Tourism Data Warehouse to implement a bit of like an add-on to all the businesses that are registered on there, so people can go on, and if they're looking for somewhere that's bike-friendly to stay and to visit as an accommodation, they can see a listings of bike-friendly businesses and what facilities they have specifically. So that's been a really great development that we've had from Wollongong. The other thing is just admitting that we're not the perfect bike city yet. We're always evolving as we are. We have challenges just as every other city does, coming from a car-centric culture, and then just sharing how we have top-down leadership, and we're just committed to the label and becoming, growing with what we have.
Does that mean that other cities from Australia, members of city halls of this or that city, come to see to you to discuss?
To talk about it, yeah, definitely. And to Carly's point earlier this morning, starting with working with those who are willing to work or are invested in cycling in the community is a great starting point.
Very interesting. Antti, you are an organizer. You're also an ambassador and a bike rider for Visit Lahti. Could you briefly explain what that role involves and how ambassadors, well, you mentioned Valtteri Bottas, contribute to promoting Lahti internationally?
Well, I guess my role at Visit Lahti is to be some kind of a cycling whisperer, I guess. So when I'm with the tourism people, I try to help them understand cycling and cyclists and their needs. And when I'm with the bike people, I kind of try to help them understand the tourism side of it. So I'm kind of a link there. And of course, then there is the concrete work of hosting workshops, education, creating content, and the best part of all, riding with people. So whether it's social rides locally, so we with the event to keep it relevant throughout the year, we have monthly social rides, and I'm quite often hosting those. And then what's even more exciting is hosting when we have guests from abroad coming to the area and get to ride with them and share the experience. So that's what the ambassador does.
The cycling whisperer. That's a very good expression. John, finally, so you work directly with visitors exploring Athens by bike. How does cycling change the way people experience the city compared to more traditional tourism?
To be honest with you, for my personal experience, what I'm looking for when I'm visiting, like a new city, to when I'm visiting a city along with my family or anything more, what is interesting is that riding a bicycle gives you the opportunity to explore the city in your own pace. In your own pace. I mean, moreover, you can cover more grounds on a bicycle rather than being on foot. That means that you can explore neighborhoods, small restaurants, parks, actually what makes the city vibrant and understand how a city works. I believe that it's, what I'm describing now, it's a unique experience that only cycling can give you the opportunity to feel like that. So,
slow
yes,
tourism.
That's exactly what I'm trying to promote to my customers and have this kind of engagement in the city.
Interesting. Slow tourism. Sorry, you want to add something?
No, it was also just coming back to what was said earlier about, and it's the main topic, cycling event as a driver. I think it's so important that the UCI keep organizing events all over the world, because I think we have one general objective, and that is getting people on the bike. And therefore, we really need those events to really engage in combination with all the programs that are done. But that makes, because kids are inspired. If you, the new heroes, they come by. We see it in Kigali, we see the Tour of Hellas, and people around watching their heroes, they think, I want this as well. And I think that combination really brings us to a continuous circle that only is going upwards.
And that was indeed going to be my final question to all of you. Would you say you want a cycling event, you want a major cycling event to build a community, or is it because you have that community that you want the event?
Yeah, that's actually, it goes hand in hand. So it's actually, you want to have both so that you can also work towards something, and now you can create a legacy, really saying like, okay, maybe we will have an event again in the province of Zeeland in so many years, but now at least you can show what it brings. And everyone was, I could really tell everyone in the province of Zeeland was proud to have this event. But next to that, you can really tell that people are now engaged, saying like, wow, cycling is really great. Let's start cycling. And that's all what we want. Yeah.
But you have already a massive cycling community, so it's maybe a little bit different to Finland or even Australia.
True, but can always be more?
There could always be more. Samara, your point of view on that?
Yeah, I think it definitely, even people who weren't, cyclists, but still got involved with the Road World Championships when we had them in 22 as a volunteer. We still see those volunteer rain jackets out and about within the city, and people still say how amazing it was to just bring the community out to watch the race and how much joy that brought them. So, yeah, the event's given a lot to our city.
Yeah, sorry, but the memory I have from Wollongong, where the birds diving down on the cyclists.
With the what,
The
sorry?
birds.
Oh, the magpies, yeah.
Exactly.
They were on the time trial course, which was a little bit dangerous.
Antti?
Yeah, like Elko said, I think it goes hand in hand, but when thinking of Lahti specifically, I think the event really motivates and gives the local bike community confidence that they have something special in their region and in their hands. I think that's helping the local community grow as well.
We are a very small country in terms of population, in actual numbers. That goes along with a very small amount of registered cycling athletes. So when you're having an event, it goes without saying that you will engage the athletes. But what we are aiming to is having the local communities to see and understand that cycling can be an alternative solution in terms of commuting and the bicycle use in general. Either it's for kids or for grown men or for whomever.
Thank you very much. The good news is we still have time for some questions or some comments. If you could present yourself. Fantastic.
Thanks very much. Mike Laughlin, Global Sustainable Sport. Great panel, really enjoyed the conversations and I've enjoyed watching all the things that you guys have been doing over the last few years. I just wondered, is there a shift in the industry towards maybe sports being traditionally a sort of entertainment product, and particularly, say, in Lahti's case, economic impact and tourism? Is it perhaps shifting towards health and environmental? Because Flanders was an excellent sort of example of this, but I just wonder if the metrics are changing to be sort of broader now, just not such what it was in the past to this broader idea. So Elko, probably be interesting to hear your comments on that.
Definitely the sustainability is becoming more of what we're talking about in event organisation. So for the festival, for example, we're looking at ways that we can get riders to ride to the festival and things like that instead of everyone just driving or finding their own ways. But I think sustainability is definitely a must these days with event organisation.
And health?
Yeah, a healthy rider, happy rider is a healthy rider, hand in hand.
Okay, there's a very strong correlation, goes without saying that there's a very strong correlation between a healthy lifestyle and cycling. And what is interesting, what I'm thinking while we are talking now, is that I've got several couples, young couples that are visiting my store in order to, buy a bicycle. And they're looking towards a different lifestyle that, the majority of other people of this age are usually having. So yes, there is an obvious correlation, but we need to enhance that and to promote that.
Do we have any comments or questions for our speakers? Or are you all waiting for the coffee break? I would like to thank all four of you very much for all your precious words and comments on cycling events as a driver of sustainable sport tourism and impact. Thank you very much. Ilko, thank you. Samar, thank you very much. Antti, hello to Valtteri Bottas. Thank you very much. And it's time now for a very quick coffee break before we take on the final part of this forum. Welcome back for the final part of this forum. The bad news is that this forum is almost over. The good news is that we are on time, and even better news is that we have some time for the final panel. We are now going to talk about global road safety, collaborative approaches for safer cycling. Despite progress in some regions, road traffic injuries still claim around 1.2 million. 1.2 million lives globally each year, with cyclists and other vulnerable road users disproportionately affected. This panel brings together experts from different fields and even different sports to examine how cross-sector collaboration can accelerate safer outcomes for cyclists worldwide and explores integrated solutions. It's a pleasure to now welcome on stage Filippo Veglio, the head of social and environmental sustainability from the UEFA. Bonjour et bienvenue, Filippo. Vasilis Orfanos, off-road rider, Dakar participant, and chief instructor for VOM. Welcome, Vasilis. Dr. Apostolos Ziakopoulos is with us as well, civil engineer, PhD, and research associate from the National Technical University of Athens. And she's now wearing a green jacket, Isabella Burczak, Cycling for All and Sustainability Manager at the Union cycliste internationale. Bonjour Isabella. Thank you. Like we've done for all the previous panels, could I ask all of you to introduce yourselves and what exactly you do for your different organizations, Filippo?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, Sebastian. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks you to UCI for the invitation. My name is Filippo. I come from Switzerland, a small town, Nyon. I come as neighbor and friend of UCI. I've been there for 5 years at UEFA, looking at social and environmental impacts of football, how to maximize the positive ones, but also how to manage the risks around the negative ones. And we're part of we're a team of a dozen people advancing the agenda across our competitions, our events, but also what we call across the football pyramid. So happy to discuss this particular topic, and thanks again for the invitation.
And great to have someone from the UEFA to talk about this topic. Vasilis, you spend most of your time, most of your life on a motorbike.
But not only in motorbike, also in bicycle. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your kind invitation to be here at this panel with all of you. Yes, I start from my small years age to ride a bicycle. But after of 16, I see a very nice race of motocross near to Athens, and I say, this is my sport for me. And start a very strange period to make a lot of race. And in my dream, when I'm very young, it's to participate in famous and strong Rally Dakar. So I have 6 participations. Before this, I winning 5 times Greek national championship, etc. A lot of racing world championship. But when I win in Dakar, I have a very good conversation with Mr. Ari Vatanen from Finland. It's world champion in rally cars. Winning 20 years old in Rally Acropolis. So,
and Dakar.
And Dakar also 4 times. And he knows exactly about the things of safety in Greece. And invite me in Europarlament and say, Vasilis must be put your efforts to make more safety, all the imaging and all the ideas in Greece. So from 2004, I start to have a very special academy for riders and to support, to less the road accidents in Greece, because we have a lot.
Thank you, Vasilis. You are now an instructor specialist in road safety. Dr. Apostolos Giakopoulos.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in this very, very interesting day discussing about cycling and its wider implications. I'm a civil engineer by background, and I'm a transport engineer in particular, so I'm concerned a lot with providing the tools to cities that make sense and that forecast, their decisions towards this very high noble cause that unites us all, reducing crashes, reducing fatalities and accidents. So I did my PhD in proactive safety, essentially, and how to analyze it spatially, in a spatial manner, and I'm participating in various international projects and collaborations. I'm going to be talking about one of them today, and it's a pleasure to make all these connections that are interdisciplinary, and hopefully something new comes up. Thank you.
Dr. Isabella Bursak.
So I'm Isabella, the Cycling for All and Sustainability Manager at the UCI. I guess after this whole day of discussions, you probably now know what the UCI is. So I manage the area of Cycling for All, where we have programs such as the Forum, the UCI Bike City label, the work we do on road safety, the work we do on event legacy, and we also manage the area of sustainability, so looking at how we can make cycling one of the world's most sustainable sports, while also promoting the bicycle as one of the most sustainable forms of transport.
Merci, Isabella. Very quickly, before we really get into the debates, the same question for all 4 of you. From your personal and professional perspective, what do you see as the single biggest barrier to making cycling safer in our cities today? Oh, that's a tough one, Filippo.
I think it's the tolerance levels. I think overall the tolerance levels we were discussing with a few colleagues. I can't see very well where they are now, but tolerance level when you're a cyclist are different than tolerance levels when you're, let's say, other kind of road user, let alone a pedestrian. So I think maybe that tolerance sort of differential, depending on which side of the road or which vehicle you're on, is probably the biggest barrier. If you want a spontaneous reaction, I didn't expect the question.
That's exactly what we wanted. Vasilis, the biggest issue, the biggest problem that a cyclist will live when he's in a city like Athens.
I speak for Athens because all of day we are on the road with a bicycle or with a motorbike. The truth is the area of Athens is not too big. We are closing from 3 mountains, mountain of Parnitha, Pendeli, and Imitos. So the place, to be honest, it's for 1 million and a half population. Here in Athens, we have 5.5 million. The strategy for the roads, it's very old. Also, every year, 100,000 cars come in this small place. So we don't have a lot of place. And also must be respect the bicycles and the motorbikes. This is the biggest problem. So the area is small. We have now, the last years, we make better things about the lines for bicycles, but we don't see a lot. Must be changed the mentality of the people to live in Athens to start to move with bicycles. And also with motorbikes, because we have a lot of motorbikes, but it must be all together to do the best to make our lives more better.
And it takes time and efforts. Dr. Apostolos Zakopoulos, your point of view.
I'd like to build on the previous 2 responses because they're very, very interesting. And I'd also like to add the word perception because it is also a matter of awareness, the whole bicycle conundrum. I'd like to believe that if more road users knew about the benefits of cycling, especially in cities that are not traditionally cycling cities like Athens, we would have a shift towards cycling. And we would also see more respect of drivers towards cyclists. And also, if the society as a whole saw the benefits, the health benefits, reduction in emissions, reduction in travel times, the increasing livability of the cities, if we could perceive these benefits, then cycling would gain a lot of popularity in a much short time span. So I would like to emphasize perception and awareness and the construction of this culture that should foster cycling everywhere.
Thank you very much. Isabella, you're based in Switzerland, so it's a little bit different, but what would be, for you, the biggest barrier?
So if I can give you 2 different answers, one is professionally, for me it's really the lack of protected lack of protected infrastructure. A few years back, WHO published a report which said that 80% of roads did not meet minimum safety requirements, and that only 0.2% had bike lanes. So for me, it's really the lack of safe cycling infrastructure. It's also my response personally now as a mom of a 3-year-old, which is not the same response I would have given you a few years back when I was actually one of the cyclists that would be in Mallorca every year, riding in Lycra. And my opinion was, well, you just needed to have guts and be able to ride anywhere. Now my perception has very much changed with a small child, and that notion of protected cycling infrastructure for me rings even truer.
Filippo Veglio, 6 months ago, in December basically, the UEFA launched a new road safety module as part of its Take Care program. Could you give us a brief overview of the Take Care initiative and explain what this new model focuses on?
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. Look, Take Care in essence is basically about how do we use the power of the football platform I think similar to the cycling platform, enormous reach. Let me just give you a few figures. There are 1.4 million coaches all across Europe, week in, week out, playing with youngsters, coaching youngsters, but also, let's say, the older generations. You've got 20 million players, among which 7 million in school age, and you've got 250,000 amateur clubs. So it's really about how do you leverage that platform to pass on positive messages, but also responsibility messages in terms of behavior related to health and well-being particularly. Road safety is one of 6 modules, not to go into all technicalities, but looking basically at physical well-being, at mental well-being, at nutrition, at the challenges of substance abuse, and overall think through also the road safety angle. With this platform comes also a significant responsibility in the football pyramid. UEFA is usually visible, similar, I suppose, to UCI, for, let's say, the pinnacle events, the televised, the advertised events, the Champions League, etc. But across the football pyramid, the activation of, let's say, mobility, day in, day out, you can only imagine how many rides, whether they are by bicycle, whether they are by car, whether they are by public transport. So how do you drive a road safety message into it? How do you leverage players like Ousmane Dembélé, for those who follow, very, let's say, active, if not very successful player right now, but also how do you activate riders such as Mick Schumacher and an iconic figure such as Jean Todt to drive through the message that road safety and football are and should be mutually supportive, so they should work hand in hand. I think you just did the hand-in-hand element. Of course, road safety is not our core business, but we can reach with and through messages a significant part of the population that we are sure UCI is also looking to reach. So over and beyond who you reach, where else do you get into the capillarity of society, and where else do you get into messages around, let's call specific examples, the role of coaches in driving children to events, oftentimes by car, hopefully more and more also by bike, the role of parents, including their behavior on the road, frankly, sometimes also role modeling with regard to how you behave towards other users. Bicycles, what kind of education do you get in terms of using a bicycle? Perhaps not yet at 3 years old, but a little bit older once you get into, let's say, the very young categories. How can you pass on certain messages, first of all about safety, but secondly also about how you're integrated in a road and an infrastructural system, and also how you have rights, but also duties. So different sort of elements that we want to bring, and that we want to bring, last message from my side, in terms of a collaborative approach. So we are not here to do the work of other organizations, but we're here to try to put the messages and the platform of football into society and activate further and deeper. I think there's a 30-second video.
Yeah, we can watch it now.
We can show it.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
In every walk of life, there is an element of risk. Millions across Europe travel by road to train, play and watch football every week.
The road is killing 1.2 million people every year. It is the #1 cause of death and injuries for young generation.
Et que ce soit en Europe, en Asie, en Afrique, partout il y a du danger quand tu es sur la route, et c'est quelque chose qu'il faut faire attention.
Take care of yourself and others on and off the pitch. Find and use the toolkit at uefa.com/takecare.
So not to advertise, just to say there is a documentary 10-minute and then activation through toolkits. So really trying to be specific, okay, what can I do about it in my club, in my community, in my family? Thank you.
Of course. And you were mentioning Jean Todt that we just saw in the video. He was actually sitting at your place two years ago in Abu Dhabi for the Mobility and Bike City Forum, talking about road safety, and that was very important and interesting. Vasilis, you mentioned Ari Vatanen. He is the guy who inspired you to educate people. Why? Why educate people? Why work on road safety? What exactly do you do?
Thank you for your question. Also, I know very well Mr. Zanton. It's the manager of Vatanen last year.
Yeah, exactly, on the Dakar, absolutely, and in rallying, yeah.
Yeah. So, I am member of European Road Safety Charter. from 2004. And the big problem here in Greece, it's we don't respect the rules of driving.
Really?
Now, the last year, yes, this is the truth. The last year we have a very, they changed this. First, nobody wear a helmet, the correct helmet. Also, nobody respect to don't drink and drive. A lot of people die in the road because we don't respect our lives. We don't respect the other life. So, Ari Vatanen, when they invite me in Euro Parliament, give me the idea to support this community, to change the thing slowly, step by step, to change the thing in Greece. So these all years, we make a lot of actions. For me, in my academy, the first of all, it's the safety. Safety first. Also, we have a special training program, and each rider must be change the mentality for the safety, and also to drive with the basic rules for every day. So I speak in the Special Air Force. You see the pictures because we have a lot of accidents with bikes, and
I thought you were going to say with planes.
Yeah. Yes, but we have, this is footage from Crete. Crete is the first community in Greece. We have a very bad accidents and a lot of people die. And because nobody respect the basic rules. A lot of people there drink and drive. A lot of people don't respect the basic rules of the traffic, and this is a problem. I must be change this because every day we lose one driver killing or have a very bad accident. In Dakar, in each race, we lose one rider, not every year, but almost this is the number, and make crazy about this. You imagine to lose every day one young rider in motorbike, or now the last 5 years with electric skates, because we have the rules, but nobody respect. And this is start to change this bad mentality and to go to their correct way.
Thank you, Vasilis. Dr. Zakopoulos, so the National Technical University of Athens was a key academic partner in the EU-funded Predictive Approaches for Safer Urban Environment, the PHOEBE project. Could you give us a brief overview of this project and its objectives?
Yes, thank you. Everyone, don't be scared by this complicated slide. The truth of the matter is that from an analytic point of view, road safety has a lot of tools available to it. But not every problem is a nail, so not every tool must be a hammer. What we have been doing with PHOEBE is try to combine some of the tools that are available to us in order to get a more meaningful representation of reality, to provide more accurate approaches to cities. So we had the blue column, the blue step, which analyzes the current situations everywhere. That is based off of IRAP's star rating methodology, which evaluates every piece of road from 1 to 5 stars. And then we enhanced this methodology with models that try to capture how we behave as road users, the road safety behavior models, and by models that measure how many people use the road network, the traffic demand modeling, essentially. And this is very important because every intervention that we make on the road affects both the behavior of road users and how many people and how use the networks. And then all of this is combined and expressed on traffic simulation. So traffic simulation, you can visualize it as a sort of computer game that shows the city from above and shows the queues, the reaction times, the travel times, and the delays of vehicles. And so we did that for the baseline situation, and then for the green column, we have the baseline situation plus an intervention. And this is where our project moved from theory to reality, because we had 3 participant cities, Athens, Valencia, and Birmingham in the West Midlands, and cities that were also doing interventions on the ground. And we went and we expressed their baseline conditions, their initial conditions, and then we rerun the methodology after they have made these interventions. And we saw how we can combine all these different road safety tools into one toolbox, one methodology to be more accurate and to take into account both how road users behave and how they shift their preferences, the modal choices, which is very important for as we talk about cycling today, and our goal is to get people out of cars and onto bicycles. And how can this be depicted analytically so that at the end of the day we can go to a city, we can go to an authority and provide them with some tools that they can base their decisions on, and to provide scientific support for all of that. And based on that, we also had specific findings that are also very pertinent to cycling. I don't know if you want me to get into detail now or if there is going to be another route.
It'll be the next question, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But the gist of it is that since road safety is an ever-evolving discipline, it's much connected with the technological progress, both on new modes that were mentioned by Vasilis, scooters, and on the computational front. We can hone it and we can refine it, and we can every year get a more faithful representation of what is happening out there, and then provide the policymakers with the tools to make the more correct decisions. And this is what Phoebe was all about, in essence.
Thank you very much. Isabella, road safety obviously is fundamental to cycling, to the sport of cycling, to cycling development. How central is road safety to the UCI's mission today, and how is it concretely embedded in the work of the UCI Bike City Network?
Yes, so road safety is absolutely fundamental, whether it's for the sport or whether it's for the mobility aspect and looking at how we can get more people moving by bicycle. If we look towards the future, we won't have more champions, we won't have more people commuting by bike, we won't have more people enjoying cycling if they're afraid to get on the road, and if they're, they might not actually get back home. So our objective, our role, our responsibility is to ensure that we join the global push for safer roads. In terms of how it's embedded within the UCI, so we do have a whole module or a whole area when it comes to the sport and safety, and that's run by our sports department. But when it comes to road safety and everyday use, that falls under our Cycling for All and Sustainability agenda. It's very much embedded within the UCI Agenda 2030, which is our roadmap until 2030 and led by the UCI president. And when we talk about the UCI Bike City label, it's a fundamental component of the label and the criteria that we judge a city upon to give them a label. So we look at what infrastructure they have and whether it's safe and inclusive infrastructure for all users, but also we ask them a question about how they promote road safety in terms of cycling behaviors, in terms of cycling education. So we have some great examples from the bike cities, and some which we've actually included recently within our new, or not so new anymore, it was launched in 2024, the UCI Bike City Pathway. So it's a guide to creating cycling bike-friendly cities based on the UCI Bike City label. And then there we have a number of examples from the bike cities, and in the road safety chapter specifically, we highlight examples such as Houston Zolder and the work they've been doing to promote safe cycling environments to school. So these are really examples that we want to push forward and show that it can be done, and it has been done by our UCI bike cities and regions.
Thank you, Isabella. Filippo, you partially answered this question, but let me insist on why did the UEFA choose to engage in road safety and in cycling as part of its social and environmental sustainability work? And actually, when did it start?
Look, I think there's a strong desire with and through that football platform that I was alluding to to inspire, no? Using, sorry for the word using, but I think we all know what we mean. The voice of players, sometimes it's message and messenger, no? Depending who is the messenger, to drive through the message on road safety, that's one. But very much also the idea of empowering. So it's one thing to raise awareness, the other is, well, how can I take action? So how can we, through the work of our department, make sure that whatever topic we address, give you other examples, child and youth protection, discrimination, the areas of environmental impact, waste management, carbon, etc. How do you go from raising the awareness into then feeling empowered to act? To be empowered to act, you need guidelines, you need tools, you need materials that you can take back and literally translate them first and foremost into your own language. So this particular Take Care tool is available in over a dozen languages, including in Greek, by the way. But then also given the materials to engage. So think, for example, in the football pyramid at grassroots level, the element of academies, the element of schools, the element of the reach of football in classroom settings. Of course, on the pitch, it might be difficult to get across a message around road safety, but you have players gathered regularly in more classroom settings to learn about medical issues, learn about substance abuse, learn about the responsibility of food intake. It's fuel, it's not only the quantity, it's also the quality. So why not place then also in this particular context, out of a dialogue with Mr. Todd, but also wider stakeholders, why not also place road safety into it? To give you another example, we're thinking about the future of this program. We're also thinking, for example, about quality and quantity of sleep as a determinant of quality of life, a determinant of growth, but also determinant for being alert, for being present, for moving away, hopefully from also unhealthy lifestyles and stressful lifestyles, so the connection to mental health. So Sebastian, the why is very much because we believe that all of these elements contribute to making football not only more sustainable, but also more successful as a sport. We think in response to expectations of stakeholders, for better or worse, we are very much exposed in terms of as a sport for the good things it brings, but also sometimes for the more, let's say, less desirable aspects that it brings out, be it at the level of behaviors or at the level of impact. So we take that responsibility seriously, and in this particular case of road safety, trying to drive that inspiration, that empowerment, but also that, hopefully, that spirit of duty of care that also has to be part of football overall.
And you have that massive, incredible platform that can be a Champions League final on the 30th of May when Paris will beat Arsenal.
Well, I don't know about that. I am Swiss on top of that, so you will not get me involved into any sort of comment around the sport side. No, absolutely. I think then the games, the pinnacle of the game, I'm sure similar to UCI, how do you then use the eyeballs that you already attract and place particular messages? Perhaps not too many, and perhaps picking the right moment. So we've had road safety messages in the match day programs. We've had match day, road safety messages on the large screens. So there is specific moments that we try to pick to bring across a number of messages in our agenda. Absolutely, the eyeballs will be all on the pitch. The eyeballs might be a lot on unfortunately, on the mobile phones and on many other activities and food and beverage. But if and when the eyeballs go in the right direction, we try to attract them also to these kind of societal messages that we want to bring in, including then through TV advertisement, etc., etc.
Thank you, Filippo. Vasilis, concretely, what is your role in terms of safety when you organize, I don't know, camps? How does it work? You gather children, older people. What exactly do you do to make things better?
Thank you for your question. Yes, in my training academy, safety academy, start from 6 years old, young people, and to 65 years old. We have a lot of riders to exercise. The first thing, we start for breaths. How to breathe, because you need to have every time the right focus and very fast. So after we make hitting of the body, and after I explain how you stand up on the bike, how to be stretched on the bike, to be with no nerves, to drive very quiet. And after we make a lot of exercise with cones, where is your eyes looking, how to cross some special jumps, and not very high, but to understand what
Handling.
must we do with not stress. So, because we don't fight, also in bicycle, also in motorbike. So, after we make a lot of exercise, when we have questions, we answer. So, at the end of this, it's 8 hours program. We have 3 basic lessons. And at the end of each lessons, I make a ride, one by one, the riders, to understand how to move in road or also in off-road. And this is very important because after of these training lessons, they have a different idea how to drive and how to drive safety. This is the most important. And also to enjoy your motorcycle life or your bicycle life. And I think this is the most important thing at the end of the lessons.
Indeed, indeed. Just one question. Do you organize training camps for Uber or taxi drivers? Because my experience from the airport to here was quite interesting.
Maybe this is a very good idea to support after a few months, because yes, this is, I mean, at the first, it's must be changed, the thinking,
mentality,
the mentality for driving and for safety driving. Yes,
and always being
this
fast
is very,
and
very,
trying
very
to be on
important.
time. And well, that's another issue. Dr. Giakopoulos, as part of Phoebe, and you mentioned it, Athens was used as a pilot city. What specific characteristics of Athens' street network or traffic conditions made it a valuable context for analysis in terms of safety?
Yeah, I think it is evident to many people if they take a walk in the city center that Athens is a very dense city. There are historical reasons for it. It was not designed as a car city originally. It is here since antiquity. And we wanted to see a lot how such a city can be adapted and can be brought to, both modern safety performance standards, but also how to accommodate new and active modes of transport. So this was one part. The other part is that the project timing coincided with the Athens Great Walk interventions that allowed us to use it as a living lab of sorts, because some city center interventions were given to the broader public as coronavirus restrictions were being revoked. So people actually went out of their houses and moved and trafficked in a new area for them, in an area that had received some interventions. And also we knew that there were other projects in the pipeline, such as a blanket 30 km per hour wide city limit. So again, this would constitute a shift both in mentality of car drivers and in an opportunity for more pedestrians, for more cyclists, for active travel to be present in the city. So all of this made it a very attractive, choice as a candidate. And also the fact that we wanted this methodology to be tested in very challenging conditions, because it is quite easy to test it on more, on less dense networks in a, let's say, small, typical European town that has much more space available for interventions compared to this metropolis that has its own constraints and its own demands. So these were all part of the reason that we chose as Athens.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's very interesting also to then compare with Valencia and Birmingham.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Valencia was also leaning into its own interventions that were even more heavily leaning towards the cycling side, because they're a very famous, bike city with these diagonal highways with full separation from the broader traffic, and everything made these comparisons, possible for us in the same timing of a single European project.
Yeah. Isabella, so obviously road safety can't be addressed by one actor alone. It concerns cyclists, but also drivers, and not one has a better attitude than the other, or not always. How critical are multitask holder partnerships essential for the UCI, and could you share a few examples of sharing and discussions that you might have with other organizations?
Yeah, they're absolutely fundamental. I mean, if we want our message to be stronger, we need to join with other organizations that are speaking and are sharing the same message, and allows us to be more credible as well. So I have two examples I can share with you. So one is the great collaboration we have with the UN Special Envoy for Road Safety, Mr. Jean Todt. It's actually how we got to meet the UEFA team, how we got to learn about their fantastic Take Care program through one of the recent meetings of the Friends of the Special Envoy, which our UCI president is part of. So they're really getting to work with all the different organizations around the table, but in 2025 we had an opportunity to really put that into practice during the Global Road Safety Week, where we collaborated with the UN Special Envoy with a joint letter that was signed by the UCI President and the UN Special Envoy pushing for safer road conditions. We also reignited the Make a Safety Statement campaign with the cycling ambassador Tadej Pogačar, who I'm sure everyone here knows, and he is one of the UN ambassadors for the Special Envoy's campaign. So with Tadej, we were able to push out messaging regarding road safety during this the Global Road Safety Week in May, and we also took part in a number of different events that week that were also organized by the UN. And then just looking a bit further back and why we actually had invited the Phoebe project, we had collaborated with IRAP, the International Road Assessment Program, in 2023 on a pilot study using what was then a new methodology called CycleRap. And we really wanted to help demonstrate that CycleRap can be a great tool for cities. And there we collaborated with them with one of our bike cities, so with Fayetteville in the US, which was used as a case study to apply the CycleRap methodology, and allowed us to publish a report entitled, or at least showing how we can make roads safer using the CycleRap methodology. So, I mean, we would never deliver on any of these projects if it weren't for these collaborations with fantastic organizations such as the UN and the International Road Assessment Program.
Filippo, obviously football and cycling have a massive reach. We mentioned it. Football even bigger. From your perspective, from the UEFA's perspective, how could football and the cycling ecosystems work even closer together and carry on? I mean, we're talking about road safety, but it also concerns, I don't know, maybe inviting people to go to a football match using their bikes.
Absolutely. So to keep it very simple, though I wouldn't qualify cycling and football as an industry, but let's say in technical terms, both our industries are always on the move, no, literally. And so of course, from the safety side, that's what we're discussing today. We have a big other challenge, which is how to get people in and out of major football events, whether it's a Euro, where it's a month long. The next big one will be in the UK and Ireland, 28 or 29 days in and out of large stadiums. Women's Euro last year in Switzerland. So what kind of mobility systems do you set up, and what role, I really want to emphasize there, does cycling have as part of the mobility systems and the mobility infrastructure that we want to support? I want to emphasize perhaps more influence and control when it comes to the Euro sort of visible tournaments, where it's months long and where it's a long-term partnership. A little bit more difficult to do it around, for example, let's say finals of club competitions, such as the ones that will take place in Budapest, in Oslo on the women's side, in Leipzig and in Istanbul. It's sort of one evening events, and so much more difficult to sort of think through how would that work. However, cycling is always an integral part of what we call the Sustainable Mobility Agenda. How can we put the dialogue on the table around how this industry on the move can support cycling? So what is the infrastructure? What are safety measures? What are parking measures that can be supported? But also, what are sort of elements around walking the talk, including by the on-site staff that is encouraged to use bikes, on-site discussions about placing that again and again on the agenda. So absolutely elements that we will continue to push with and through the events, with and through the visibility for cycling as being part of the solution, but also cognizant of the realities of each and every city where these events take place, and always with that message of reducing the overall emissions, augmenting the safety and the well-being and the overall spectator experience, also through the cycling experience.
Thank you, Filippo. One very quick final question to Dr. Xiakopoulos before we open to the room. Data is essential. How could we reinforce and strengthen data collection when it comes to promoting road safety?
First of all, again, I'm going back to perception. I would really suggest communicating to people that since road safety is really a pandemic and we lose a lot of people, as Vasilis also said, you know, the youngest ages every year, it is a common obligation to tackle it as well. And we have to realize that it is not, you know, just the big AI or tech companies that are hungry for data, that there are uses that are beneficial to everyone. So, for instance, when initiatives are proposed to suggest an instrumentation of vehicles in a race, for instance, for data collection, maybe cycling, bicycles as well, you know, or an instrumentation of a road for reasons of data collection in order to determine the most dangerous locations. This is a challenge for us to win over the public and to make them understand that all these data sampling, first of all, is going to be fully anonymized and in par with GDPR, you know, and all the standing European regulation, but it is going to be used for their benefit. For instance, there is a famous saying that the Formula One driving races have been a huge school, you know, teaching road safety lessons for the broader cars, for the general public cars, and this is something that everyone supports and can understand. So, in a parallel to that, we can promote public data collection so that we know the causes, we know the effects, we know the effectiveness of countermeasures, and we can prioritize the budgets, which are not infinite, they are finite, and we can prioritize them effectively. And in that way, we can actually target the problematic spots, target the problematic behaviors, and save lives in a much more efficient manner.
Do we have any questions or comments from the room on this all-important matter? I'm just going to hand you a mic. We don't have a mic. Merci beaucoup. Merci, merci.
Just a clarification at first. Very often we say Athens and we mean Attica region. The city of Athens has about 650,000 people, not 5-something. The region of Attica, but very often we call it Athens.
Yeah.
So there is confusion. Athens is something like an island inside the region. This is a problem. Why? Because 50% of the traffic is from people, they cross the city, they don't stay in the city, but they cross the city, just the city, from Kifisia, for example, to go to Piraeus. So 50% is from people outside of the city. It's not like typical in a city where the people use or not the car. This is very important. So it's not only about the citizens of the city, but also for the whole region. Some statistics, we have to validate them because, okay, we are not very good in statistics, but for example, what we have seen is that 48% of the citizens of Athens have no car. So if you speak about walking or about cycling, it's also about justice. Because always we discuss about parking places or roads for the 52% of the citizens, but not for the 48. There's no right, because the people say, I have 3 cars, where to park my 3 cars? So we have to change a little bit the way we communicate. It's not just about the whole population. It is some people, they have 1, 2, 3 cars, and some people, they have no car. And it's interesting that we have a study from the Polytechnic School. It's some years ago. I'm not sure it is right, but it seems that 70% of the citizens don't use the car. That means it's very important, because if you want to have support by the citizens, then you have to say, okay, are you, can you leave the car, or even if you have a car, do you prefer to have a bicycle or to better pedestrian zones and so on? So it's another type of communication. This is I think this is very important. Another issue is that I would like to discuss with you. Another issue is that when we have an accident with microkinetic systems, then we say that the child is responsible. And then the decision taken is to say that children until 18 years old cannot use pedal or maybe later cycling. But this is a failure of the system. So we cannot focus on the persons individually, but we have to discuss about the failure of this road safety, and there is no space for micro-mobility and different ways of mobility. And this is very important because then the people say, oh, no, stop the children to have a bicycle or a pedal or things like this, because it's not fair. We have to develop to free space for them. And this is another way. This is why we discuss for our cycling network routes to open this for people with disability when they use their wheelchair, because this is very important, because you say it's an action for justice in mobility at first. Okay, maybe it creates some problems, but it's more fair to say that we take care of all the people, and I think Isabella discussed more about it, about justice in the city. So we have to discuss in a different way based on the identity, on the context of the city. Because, of course, Athens is a very difficult city, but it is not only because of the citizens of Athens. Because they prefer to walk. Now it seems that young people come to the center of the city because they want not to use a car, because it takes 1-2 hours to move from the city to the suburbs. So they prefer to come to the city, to the center, and be able to go on foot or by bicycle and so on. So let's focus a lot on the real situation in the city.
I think, yeah, absolutely, and I think, I don't know if someone wants to respond, but the key is education. That's what I understand. Oh, sorry, thank you very much.
I'd just like to say that, first of all, I fully agree with this assessment. From my part, the project that I was talking about, Phoebe, was a road safety project, so we did look at crashes and injuries, but every road safety intervention is an intervention that reclaims space from cars and yields it to the general public and to the people. And this is the most effective way to reduce accidents and crashes, to reduce the exposure of people to them, to reduce the exposure that also the football coaches face when moving their children around or the parents for practice, and to reduce the chances that someone encounters this situation by vehicles. So yes, I fully agree with that assessment. And the discussion must shift towards the broader benefits.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Filippo Veglio and Ale de PSG in final of the Champions League. Thank you very much to Vasilis Sorfanos. See you on Dakar 2027.
We try.
We try.
Thank you.
Evkaristopoli. Thank you, Doctor. Merci beaucoup à Isabella Burczak. It is time now to wrap up this 2026 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. And to do so, let me welcome on stage Tony Mitchell, Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission President at the UCI and UCI Management Committee member.
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. It is quite a mouthful, isn't it, getting all of those titles out. Thank you, everyone. I am going to now just give a very quick summary of the day. I think it's important that we reflect on some of the key speakers, some of the key panels, and the insights that have been shared. So please bear with me while I go through a few of these. I won't go through all. Look, we did open the forum with some very powerful words from the mayor and also the president of the UCI. And there were two things that really stuck out for me in those opening speeches. The first one was from the mayor, and the words were, "It's about a human-centered future." And I think that's something all that we can all take forward. We're very focused on cycling or football or whatever area we might be interested in, but it is about human. It is about making it a better world, a more sustainable world and friendlier world. So I think that was a key point for us to remember. In addition to that, the president of the UCI said the UCI has unique role in supporting you all within this. But I would go further than that. I would also urge and request that we all play a part. Then we had our first guest presenter, and we had Carly, who was able to deliver a wonderful insight and presentation about, from my perspective, it was about how to get to the sustainable, low-carbon transport utopia that we all want to get to. And there were some very important things that we learned. The first one was bananas. Bananas can be distractions, but they are also part of the equation as well. And in this case, the electrification was a banana. Everyone is hanging the solution on electrification, but the reality is it is going to need a complete solution to be able to get to the levels of emissions we want to reduce to. So thank you for bringing the analogy of the bananas and also sharing your children, how they bug you and what they do. Very insightful, but thank you. The bananas analogy will certainly stick with me, as will the stinky fish. The stinky fish was another one. And it is about things like human consumption and the problems that is causing. Yes, it does drive the economy, but there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a way forward. And the stinky fish and the car companies as well, with their marketing, are challenges that we must overcome. You know, if we could market as well as some of the car companies, just think of what we would achieve. There was also, again, the final piece for me from Carly's presentation was it's about integrated solutions and political bravery. So you can't just have one, you need both. You need to make sure that the local politicians are on board to be able to drive through this change. We then had our first panel for the day, strengthening cycling tourism, emerging and successful approaches that we can see. There were three things for me that stuck out. Firstly, cyclists, cycle tourists are happier, they spend more money, and they actually have a better experience. Then we also learned a new term as well, and I believe that I am also in this category, the silver cyclist. Yes? And Sebastian, I think you had another one, the non-silver, that was more no hair at all. But those were some very interesting terms. And then the other key point for me is that road cycling can actually use secondary roads rather than the major routes to be able to provide paths or trails for road cyclists to travel on. Too often we try and build infrastructure on major roads. Actually, we can use secondary routes, we can give it a name, we can put it online, and the social media will help do more from there, and then we will see the local council getting involved. I think that was a brilliant suggestion, so thank you for that. We then heard from Samson from Kigali, Rwanda, talking about the cycling revolution in Kigali. But it's important to note, from having been there at the World Championships last year and also having met Samson previously as well, that cycling was already a key part of Kigali and Rwanda. It was a key part for commuters, for the transportation of goods, and for those of you that have been to Kigali or seen the photos, I have never seen so much goods, chairs, water, milk, anything you can carry or put on a bicycle, they would put it on a bicycle and stack it so high. And it is more than you could actually fit in your car. It is truly incredible. So that's what Samson was meaning when the cycling was already part of the culture. And believe you me, some of these people carrying these things were quicker than me up the hills. It was incredible. But of course, we had the World Championships there last year, the first time in the African continent. and the whole country supported it. And this is about the whole country buying into a concept around a major event. And for me, and for others, it really identified how cycling can showcase a country to the world. Cycling is done outdoors. Cycling is done through the region. And the TV cameras were on Kigali and showcasing the millions of people that we saw on the streets to the rest of the world. And I truly believe that that is going to provide significant increase in tourism over the next few years and beyond. And I look forward to seeing the studies that come from that. Look, we also heard that David Lepatien thinks gravel is a big opportunity, and maybe the Gravel World Championships as well. We then heard from the panel that I was participating on, urban mobility strategies, integrating cycling into city planning. Now for me and for others, the key point is that there are already wonderful advocates within the local government. We just need to find them and help them actually deliver what they need to do. Often they are hamstrung by the higher level politicians. So let's give them the data and the pathways and the events so they can deliver what they need. And again, we need to look for that strong political leadership. We have evidence now too from our 31 bike cities that the UCI has. And what we showed to you today is that every city, every region can do this. You don't have to be a Copenhagen. You will have an opportunity, whether it's investment-led, it's heritage, it's event. There are many pathways to be able to mobilize your city or your region. We also heard from Takis, the COO of Tour of Hellas. They have tried to build a cycling culture through the tour. It has moved, and this was amazing to hear, it has moved from asking cities to host the event to actually cities asking to host. Quite a significant change. And part of this has been the impact of social media from the riders. That is something that I will talk about a little bit further in a moment, but at the social media and the riders and the influence that they can have. But we also heard about the Giannis effect. Did you remember the Giannis effect? The basketball player, you can see him around everywhere. He has inspired the youth. My son from New Zealand was taking photos of his billboard as we entered Athens. That's how viral important he is to the world. But as we learnt today from Takis, it's about what inspired Giannis. And what inspired Giannis actually came from basketball being played on TV, from people seeing that on TV to playing in the local parks. For infrastructure was then built by the local councils and governments for these people to actually play. And then from these facilities that were built, we then saw the success in the sport at a national and international level. And from that, it created role models, and it created Giannis, and so on, and so on. So I think that is an important one to remember, that the role models today were inspired by something else, and we must ensure that we continue that. The third panel was around cycling events as a driver in sustainable sport tourism and the impact that that can have. So we learnt today that a major event is not about a day or 2 days. It is much, much more than that. It is a holistic opportunity to engage the community, to engage all ages, and all areas of the community as well. Make sure that you leave no stone unturned when you do that. And we now have economic proof that actually doing this delivers a return for the regions. It's also about an opportunity through a major event to bring stakeholders from various areas together around a common goal. So the common goal is to deliver a world-class event, but actually each of the stakeholders may have a different goal in mind, but they can still work together on delivering the event, but then also achieve what they wanted to achieve. Whether it's developing more engagement with the community, kids on bikes, the event for next year, there is something in it for everyone. And then our final panel, the fourth panel, Global Road Safety, Collaboration Approaches for Safer Cycling. Yes, indeed. Casualties are far too high I, for one, every time am staggered when I hear the number globally of people that are injured or killed on our roads. Yes, there is a need for safer infrastructure and for cycling infrastructure to be able to ensure the safety of not just adults but children as well, to get more people on the road. But there's also the ability to use the power of the athlete platform to pass on safety messages. And this is something that UEFA talked to us about. It's not just about cycling's responsibility. There is a responsibility of everyone. Everyone uses the road in some way, shape, or form, and we need to encourage social media to play its part. So I thank UEFA for showing that, and for them to acknowledge that they have a strong sense of social responsibility when it comes to bringing down the number of casualties and working with their players and their teams to act responsibly and actually encouraging their fan base and wider to do more. So for me, the key themes from today. It's a team effort. It's a team effort from not just us, but all of the stakeholders that we work with. Know what your key levers are that you can drive to try and affect change. Data, data, data. We have an abundance of data at the moment, and the proof exists that there is a significant benefit from putting in place these changes to improve urban mobility. Please use that data. Social media is for everyone, not just a few. I was speaking to Carlos before, and Carlos was saying to me, you know, everyone here in this room should be on social media live saying, here's where I am today, here's what we are talking about, this is what the message is and why it's important. Carrying that message is our responsibility and encouraging everyone to do so. Strong political leadership. Again, I wanted to come back to that because without strong political leadership, it can be challenging to effect this change. So we need to go and find the right politicians that are prepared to actually step forward and deliver. And we are seeing that already in places like Paris, where strong political leaders have gone out and made change and been re-elected because of it. So, in closing, from my summary, I would just like to share this. It is time for everyone to play their part in driving change in urban mobility. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tony. I noticed that you mentioned Giannis, you never mentioned his family name.
Yes.
Yes. Before we leave, we have one special...
There is a couple of things. I mean, firstly, I would like to thank Sebastian for doing a superb job. And it's not because he works for virtually nothing. He really is a superstar. No, he is someone that you hear his voice with the commentary on cycling, and it's just wonderful to have you here. So thank you so much. I'd also like to thank Isabella and the UCI team for their efforts, and along with the City of Athens and their incredible team for giving this experience to us over the last few days. The package of events, the race yesterday, this auditorium is truly amazing. So thank you very much. And we have one special announcement to make. Isabella, I do believe that there will be a slide popping up as well, but everyone has been asking me today, Tony, where are we having the Urban Mobility and Forum for next year? Where are we going? Well, look, I am delighted to announce to you all that for 2027, we will be going to Tokyo, Japan. And we're very fortunate. We have a couple of guests here from Tokyo. If I could ask Nico down to come and present say a few words to us about Tokyo. You know, I went there, it was about a year and a half ago, and you looked after me so well as I participated in the mass event and got to really see the culture and the city up close. So thank you very much. I'm sure we're going to have a wonderful time next year. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting us to the 2026 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum today. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to UCI and to all our colleagues in Athens for their excellent coordination and support. My name is Yoichiro Hara. I'm a Senior Director for International Sports Events at Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and also serve as Secretary General of the Grand Cycle Tokyo Executive Committee. As a legacy of Tokyo 2020 Olympic Paralympic Games, and as a further step toward from the cycling initiative, Tokyo is seeking to make even greater use of the power of cycling. It was in the context that Grand Cycle Tokyo project was launched. In 2027, Tokyo will host the UCR Forum on November 14th and 15th. So before I begin, I'd like to show you a short video about Tokyo. I hope it gives you a sense of a city.
Hello, we are all excited to welcome you to Tokyo next year, and we hope you could come to Tokyo next year in the forum. So allow me to speak a little bit about Tokyo and our efforts in sports. So sports in Tokyo or cycling in Tokyo have seen a significant evolution through the Tokyo 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So it's a privilege for us to succeed this forum from Athens, the birthplace of the Olympic Games. So Tokyo is a city which always evolves. The overseas tourists to Tokyo are surprised by the contrast between the long-standing tradition and current or sometimes eccentric youth culture or Japanese food, and also public transportation, which is very punctual. And the safety is another strength. Last year, in total, $30 million of cash was brought to the police stations in Tokyo as lost item, and most of it was returned to the original holder safely. So Tokyo is such a city, but now it turns its eyes to sports. Back in 2021, Tokyo 2020 Games had to be held without spectators. People in Tokyo were unable to watch the competitions in the venues. In this environment, cycling road race was a sport people were able to see on site, on the streets. A crowd of people gathered and celebrated. The photo on the slide shows how people were excited. For many Tokyoites, it was the first time to see the cycling road race, and it was indeed an eye-opener. To commemorate, Tokyo Metropolitan Government put route marker on the course of the cycling road race, and today cyclists are able to follow markers and feel the Tokyo 2020 experience. So you may be able to try it next year. Last year, World Athletic Championships and the Deaflympics came to Tokyo. Deaflympics is the event for people with hearing impairment, and it had cycling road race and mountain bike. So it provided another milestone to promote the activity or initiative of cycling for all. In our long strategy of the city targeting 2050, we aim to happiness through sports or new connections through sports and transform Tokyo into a city where everybody can feel Tokyo through sports. Given the declining birth rate and aging population, lifelong sports participation and well-being of people are imperative for everybody, from kids to seniors. And in Japan, annually, we have a national sports festival for people aged 60 and over. And the Senior National Festival comes to Tokyo in 2028, and cycling is part of this national festival. So we hope that through this opportunity, cycling will be further beloved by everybody, regardless of generations. So during your stay next year, I believe that you'll be able to enjoy sports in Tokyo in a safe and pleasant environment. At the heart of the city center, there are many parks rich in greenery, providing the oasis for people and becoming the neighborhoods of daily physical activities. So we hope you will discover your own Tokyo, both on sports and other activities. Thank you. And back to you, Yoichiro-san. So let us continue some more about our cycling initiatives in more detail.
So now I would like to explain the Grand Cycle Tokyo project in more detail.
It's not Japanese technology.
The Grand Cycle Tokyo project consists of 3 main events. The first is the Rainbow Bridge Ride, a fun ride event held on the waterfront. The second is multi-sports, a sports experience event that accompanies the Rainbow Bridge Ride. The third is the Road Race Tokyo, an elite race event. So let me please watch this video of the Rainbow Bridge Ride, which we held last December. The Rainbow Bridge Ride is a fun cycle event where people can enjoy Tokyo's waterfront and landmark views. For cycling fans, it's a very special day. The first event was held last December. About 6,000 people took part. This year, we will hold the 5th event on November 23rd. The course also uses Tokyo 2020 legacy venues, such as Odaiba Marine Park, the Triathlon venue, and Sea Forest Waterway, the Cannon Spring venue. The ride takes participants across the 2 Tokyo landmarks, Rainbow Bridge and Tokyo Gateway Bridge. These roads are usually open only to cars, no bicycle, but on this day, we close them to traffic and open them to only cyclists. The Rainbow Bridge Ride offers 3 main courses. They are 37 kilometers long course, 20 kilometers middle course, and 8 kilometers short course. We also offer a 51-kilometer VIP course. The concept of the Rainbow Bridge Ride is simple. It should be an easy entry point into cycling as a sport. It should be open to everyone, including families and persons with disabilities. That's why we offer different options to match different needs and interests. Based on this concept, we allow many types of bicycles, including city bikes, bikes with child seats, and tandem bicycles. It helps expand cycling beyond existing fans and brings more people into the sport. To make it easier for more people to take part, we also provide 1,000 electric rental bicycles. This is made possible through support from a bike share operator. Many participants say that this event encourages them to register for bike sharing and start using bicycle in daily life. It promotes eco-friendly mobility and everyday cycling. We also hold a multi-sports event at the finish area of the Rainbow Bridge Ride. Last year, 22,000 people joined this event. We offer many activities, including sports experiences, stage shows, children's bikes races, and cycling goods market. In 2024, Tokyo received the UCI Bike City label and joined your community. At the Rainbow Bridge Ride ceremony, we were honored to receive the certification trophy from UCI Management Committee member, Mr. Tony Mitchell. Mr. Tony Mitchell also rode the long course and gave us very positive feedback. The trophy is now on display at the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building, where anyone can see it free of charge. Next, I'd like to introduce the Road Race Tokyo. The first Road Race Tokyo was held in 2023. It uses a part of the road race course from the Tokyo 2020 Games. Last year, the elite men's race was classified as the UCI Continental Class 2. The 2025 course is a one-way route of about 133 kilometers with about 2,100 meters of elevation gain. The race starts in the urban area and heads north toward the mountains. It finishes after 4 laps on demanding hilly circuit. We also held a fun ride for the public on part of the same course. It included time measurement, which made it highly satisfying experience for participants. We also held a women's elite race and power cycling experience program. The third edition will be held in 2027, the year Tokyo hosts the UCI Forum. We want to raise the level of the race and grow it into the race that attracts top professional riders from around the world. Finally, I'd like to introduce the 2027 UCI Forum, which Tokyo will host. Day 1 will be November 14th. We are planning workshops and offshore dinner. Day 2 will be November 15th. The main conference will be held on that day. We are also considering programs linked with the Grand Cycle Project, Tokyo Project. The Tokyo 2020 Games inspired the launch of Grand Cycle Tokyo Project. Tokyo was also honored to receive the UCI Bike City label. Through the 2027 UCI Forum, we hope to further strengthen Tokyo's identity as a bicycle-friendly city. So we sincerely hope to welcome you to Tokyo next year. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
And thank you very much. We're looking forward to going to Tokyo for the UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum 2027. Thank you very much to Tony Mitchell. Let me first of all and sincerely thank the City of Athens, Mayor Haris Doukas, who welcomed us here and yesterday evening at the City Hall. Thank you to the Kyvernitis travel group, to Cycling Greece, to Top Cycles, to the Greek Olympic Committee, to the Hellenic Cycling Federation, to SETE and the Greek National Tourism Organization. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to all our participants who were on stage, came from very far away, from Rwanda, from Kenya, from Switzerland, from Athens as well. And thank you for following this 2026 UCI Mobility and Bike City Forum. See you in Tokyo, I hope. Merci beaucoup.